请您持票入场，对号入座。在羽毛球比赛过程中，由于双方运动员的精神高度集中，所以请您协助我们共同保持赛场安静。运动员发球时，请不要呐喊加油，并且关闭您的手机或者将手机调整到震动状态。另外，在比赛进行中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照，以免干扰双方运动员。在观赛过程中，请保管好您的私人物品，无人照看的物品将被视为安全隐患。2015年VIVO苏迪曼杯世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛组委会真诚感谢您对赛事的支持。
A warm reminder: tickets must be presented at the entrance. Please be seated by the ticket number. During the competition, please be courteous and practice good etiquette. Please keep silent when the player.
观众朋友们，2015 VIVO 苏迪曼杯世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛，欢迎您的到来。现在距离比赛正式开始还有10分钟。本节将进行的是小组赛，南国暖春迎盛世，东莞与您共精彩，让我们拭目以待。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2015 VIVO Sudirman Cup BWF World Championships. The evening section of group stage will begin in 10 minutes. Let's looking forward to some amazing performance.
苏迪曼杯赛及世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛是代表各协会羽毛球整体水平的最重要的世界大赛，与汤姆斯杯赛和尤伯杯赛并列世界羽坛3大顶级赛事。1989年开始举办，2年一届，在积水年举行。早在1980年，为纪念16年 向国际羽毛球联合会捐赠一座金质奖杯。国际羽联将此奖杯作为世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛奖杯，苏迪曼杯由此得名。该赛事采用5场3胜制，包括男子单打、女子单打、男子双打、女子双打、混合双打5个项目。在双方教练交换出场名单后，由裁判长根据规程确定运动员出场顺序，尽量满足运动员不连场并且单打在双打前进行的原则。所以，苏迪曼杯的比赛顺序变幻莫测，他将为您在现场揭晓答案。中国队在苏迪曼杯赛事中战绩赫赫，举办13届以来共9次夺冠，其中包括1次4连冠和最近的5连冠。2015年VIVO苏迪曼杯世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛花落美丽东莞，是这座充满活力的现代化都市又一桩体育盛事。心理飞扬，精彩与共。5月10日至17日，在东莞市篮球中心，东莞与您共精彩。
The Superman Cup is short for the Superman Cup for the World Mixed Team Badminton Championships, which take place every 2 years since 1989. The competition is one of the most prestigious BWF events, and 2 other major BWF events are the Thomas Cup for World Men's Team Championships and VIVO Cup for World Women's Team
Hello and welcome, a very warm welcome as well to the Dongguan Basketball Center in the Liaobo district in Dongguan in the Guangdong province. We're in China for the 14th edition of the Sudirman Cup. 35 countries present, but over the next few days they will be whittled down. Tonight we're keeping an eye on what is basically a decider in Group 2A. So these aren't the countries that are trying to battle it out for the Sudirman Cup itself, but at the second stage, the ones just below the top tier countries. And as you can see, we're watching Singapore against the Netherlands, both with 2 wins out of 2, identical wins as well, both winning their matches against Spain and Canada by 3-2. I'm Richard Kaufman alongside New Zealand doubles specialist Oliver Leyden-Davis. Obviously, this is all about trying to meet, we think, Hong Kong in a Group 2 final. This is the lineup. Singapore against the Netherlands, starting with the men's doubles all the way through to the final rubber, the mixed doubles. It's a tough one to call, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of matches that are going to be very evenly fought this evening, I think, and that's starting with the men's doubles as well. He and Wijaya against Arens and Mars is a real battle that's going to take place, and then throughout the rest of the evening as well, there's plenty of matches that are hard to pick. Maybe
men's singles. What, are you surprised to see Mark Cao Yao in there instead of Eric Pang?
Yeah. As a gambling man, you would have thought that Pang would have been picked, but obviously the coaches have faith in Cao Yao, and he's played well so far this week. So
it all could come down to that mixed doubles at the end, couldn't it?
It could well do, yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of 50-50 matches throughout, so it's going to be a really interesting contest.
Well, as I say, they both won their respective matches so far 3-2, so it wouldn't be a surprise if it maybe did go all the way to the wire. This, obviously, to decide 13th and 14th place by getting into the final, we assume, against Hong Kong. Obviously, haven't done all the permutations, but they are looking good after what was a great win for them yesterday. 5-0 against France. So all deciding who wins then this level Group 2A match, and well, expecting another nervy tight affair as their other 2 matches have provided so far. And first up, as we've seen, it's a men's doubles match. You can see just behind us here Hendra Wijaya and Terry He, and they're taking on Jaco Arens and Jelle Maas. Again, I think it's fair to say the expected Dutch partnership here in Arens and Maas, but maybe we could have seen 2 different faces for Singapore. Danny Krishnanta, Triachart, seen as the #1 Singapore men's doubles pair, but they've gone with Wijaya and He here.
I think that's possibly a decision based on form. We saw a brilliant performance actually from the Canadian men's doubles only a couple of days ago to defeat Danny and Chayot. So I think that's probably where that's come from. But I mean, Hendra Wijaya, Terry He are also an established combination. Still a young one, but I think they could also challenge Jelle and Jaco from the Netherlands.
There you heard, Jaco's going to serve first. Well, this Dutch pair of Jaco Arens and Jelle Maas, they have been together a long time, whereas the partnership they're facing is, as you say, a fairly new one. This is a partnership that's been together since their junior days. They won the Dutch title 5 years ago now for the first time, became national champions. So obviously they know each other very well, and obviously have had some success. But they're up against an interesting mix-up here. Terry He, still a teenager, and Wijaya, more of a wily campaigner, 10 years between them. So they've only been pairing together as a pair, well, less than a year, since last August. So a sharp contrast in that, isn't there?
Yeah, it really is, from my understanding, that Hendra Wijaya has been paired with Terry He to help him grow as a player and give him some experience and some wise words during the matches. But they've both pairs have similar roles. We've got the power coming from Terry He from Singapore, and also from Maas from the Netherlands. So they're both quite defined, as we see in a lot of men's doubles pairs in world badminton today.
Well, Terry, here you can see the younger, the 19-year-old, and you can see their win-loss ratio this year. It's not been too bad. They lost in their last event in the second round of the China Masters, got through to the main draw at the Singapore Open, but they did get to the final of the Vietnam International in March, quarterfinals of the Thailand International as well, and of course they have won already here this week. We mentioned the defeat for Krishnanta and Triachard in the match against Canada. They came through against the Spanish pair of Abian and Penalva, 21-15, 21-11. So they came through very, very comfortably. As you can see, as I said, they're not selected against Canada, but 20 minutes. I mean, it was an impressive performance, albeit against not what you'd call a regular Spanish men's doubles pair.
No, obviously with Pablo Abian being a singles player that's been around for a very long time, but in 20 minutes that's quite comprehensive and suggests obviously that they're quite good in the first 3 shots, and I think we'll see that later on today as well.
Well, the Dutch pair are ranked 51st in the world, and as I was suggesting, being around a long time, you can see international tournaments, over 150 matches. This year, well, they haven't played an international event since March, when they lost in the first round of the Swiss Open. Also lost in the first round of the All England German Open, obviously high-level events. But they did make the quarterfinals of the Swedish Masters, and they have won some events. 2013 Sweden, they won in Slovakia in 2010. But it's hard to necessarily pick out a winner here. You can see so far this week they've performed very well. A couple of wins in the 2 matches that they've had to play, and again they did it pretty comprehensively, no longer than half an hour on court.
Yeah, they've obviously been in good form this week, but the main advantage for them coming in, having played together for so long, they'll know each other and know their movement patterns, and it'll be interesting to see if they can close down the mid and the front court effectively through doing that. Hendra Wijaya, Terry, he only played the 9 tournaments together, which is a few, so you're starting to get to know each other's patterns, but still early days for them as a combination.
And obviously it's an interesting lineup as such, because we haven't got anyone playing twice. So obviously sometimes you have the mixed doubles out first because, you know, one of the men or women is playing later in the men and women's doubles. This is the first time they've gone out first in men's doubles. Sometimes they've been in some pretty bad situations. Now it's starting afresh. Now though, the pressure is on, not to try and claw your team back into a situation, but to set the foundation for a winning night.
Yeah, it is different, especially as a men's doubles pair. You're often used to playing either the 4th or the 5th match in a team environment, and it's quite rare actually to see the men's doubles coming out first, although we have seen that quite a few times this week. But it's definitely different. Your preparation is different. You know exactly when you're going to be on court, which often helps. But it does take some getting used to.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Singapore represented by Hivon Kaitori and Hendra Wijaya. And on my left, Netherlands represented by Jaco Arendes and Jelle Mas. Netherlands to serve. Jelle Mas to 3.
So we're underway, men's doubles at the Sudirman Cup.
Jaco to serve. 2-3.
You know, winner takes all, I suppose.
Play.
Singapore against the Netherlands. And the first point going the way of the Singapore team. Not a bad rally to start.
No, both pairs playing a good first rally, but I think we can look for much of the same from Hendra Wijaya, who's so skillful around the net. Just always able to keep the shuttle at a height where the Dutch boys won't be able to put any pressure on.
Service over. 2-all.
Oh, it's a lovely touch.
Service over.
Yellow mass.
2.
Pretty even start, as you might expect.
Service over. 3-all.
So just tell me, from obviously you're a doubles player yourself, we've got a left-right hand combination and we've got two right-handers at the other end. I mean, is there any difference when you've got that?
Yeah, there is. I mean, if your partner's left-handed as well, you can work it around so they have more shots on their forehand side, which is traditionally a bit stronger. So, for example, you will see Terry He smashing from the round the head corner, and the rear court often goes straight down the line, so that Wijaya can come across and intercept the next shuttle with his forehand. And you can also work that into the first three situation as well,
Service over. 5.
especially if you can pick up some patterns from the other side.
Service foul call. Service over. 5-all.
Well, no one's been able to string 2 points together yet. You serve, we serve. 5 points all.
Just clever play there from Wijaya. Saw Arend's moving forward here, just put some pace on it. Just making life a little more difficult for him. Of course, it's so hard to control when you're moving forward at the same time as the shuttle's being played towards you.
Oh, that's a lovely bit of play, isn't it?
Service over.
Really good movement across the front of the court as well.
That's well played by Mars. Knows he has to be so ready if he's going to take on Wijaya at the net. And he definitely was.
Yeah, instinctive shot at the end of it as well, wasn't it? And that time the power getting the better of Wijaya. Nice little run for Yellow Mass. A sign some time that someone's actually got 2 points clear in this opening game. Well, that's one way to stop it. That's really good, isn't it, from the teenager Heat.
Yeah, he saw pretty quickly that Arend was going to play a drop shot there. But I think I've been impressed by the Dutch boys' attack so far. They've just been keeping it patient. They know they're playing from the slower end of the court, which means it's faster coming back towards them. So they just keep it down and looking for the Singaporeans to play lift long. But they've been equal to the challenge.
9-7. 8-10.
Indonesian-born Hendra Wijaya, Commonwealth Games medalist back in 2010 in India. That's long, the drift on that side of the court always going to make that difficult to control. And well, a slight advantage so far for the Dutch boys, Jacco Arends and Jelle Maas. 11-8 to the good.
Yeah, I think it's going to be key for the Dutch boys this afternoon to obviously stay on top of the flat rallies as well, but there's a real difference in the pairs in that Arends and Maas are pretty similar players. Maas has a little bit more power from the back line, but there's quite a difference in the Singaporean pair. Wijaya likes to spend a lot more time at the front of the court, and if you can put him on the back line and move him around, you're likely to be able to get the attack, or he will give it to you quite easily from that. Obviously they're very good defensively as well, but if they can put Hendra Wijaya on the back line and move him, then they'll be able to get the attack given to them as opposed to having to work for it.
Must be strange for him in a way, because obviously most of his badminton career has been played alongside his brother Hendry Saputra, and now obviously in the last year, because both of them actually decided to quit the National Association in Singapore and set up a badminton academy. He decided to come back. Now he's got to play against, play with someone new, whereas the two at the other end, of course, as I said, like that, have been playing together since their junior days. You've got to trust someone else again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's done a good thing for badminton in Singapore to be able to come back and partner a guy like Terry He, who should probably be thrilled at the opportunity to partner someone with Hendra's experience and skills, and he can learn a lot from that. He obviously has a lot of skills already, though.
Yeah, came back to the national fold last June, did Saputra, who you said, they got him at the back of the court here. He's trying to inch forward, and he does so effectively there.
Yeah, I just would like to see the Dutch boys move the shuttle a bit more in that rally. They're keeping it on that one half of the court, where there's often a lot of space on the other side.
Well, it's a decent lead, though, for them, despite that point for Wijaya. 13-9.
Service over. 14-9.
Yeah, another strength of the Dutch pair there. Jelle Maas covering that flat cross court from towards the backhand side.
And now a few errors just starting to creep in, particularly from Young Hee. And suddenly Arends and Maas have got away, haven't they, here? There you go again. Just trying to bite off a little too much.
Service over. 10-17. Right.
Oh dear.
Service over.
That was a poor miss, but it's not really a costly one given the scoreline.
Hey, hey, hey. 19-10. Go. 20. 10 point. 10.
Well, it was a very tight beginning. Not anymore. 10 game points for the Netherlands.
Service over. 11. 20.
Doubles Dutch delight so far. 21-11. That's convincing from Jaco Arends and Jelle-Maas.
21-11.
First set goes the way of the Netherlands. Right through the racket of Terry Heat. Confirmation then of the scoreline. And what was a tight beginning. Well, they stretched away, didn't they? The Netherlands pair, 21-11.
Yeah, impressive so far from Arends and Maas. They've been dominating the first three situation as well. Been able to take control early on in the rally. And I think perhaps helped out by the fact that he has made a handful of errors. Perhaps the occasion getting to him a little bit. But it's been a good display tactically from the Dutch boys as well. Especially from that end of the court, just keeping the shuttle down. Not necessarily with 100% smash, so their opponents have the opportunity to counter-attack. But just keeping enough pace on it to sustain the attack and eventually either finish the point or force the error.
Can you see these two working it out, or is this Dutch pair too strong for them?
It's a different game in this second set. Obviously conditions are a little bit different from each end, but I think Hendra Wijaya is too good to not change something and ask the Dutch boys to do something differently. A real hallmark of the first set for the Dutch guys and why they were successful, I think, is that they didn't allow Hendra to come forward and take the net. They played with a lot of pace in the flat rallies and pushed Terry He around the back to the rear corners as well, but flat. So it'll be a matter of if Hendra can stamp his mark on the front court especially.
Well, it was an incredible movement away in the end from the Dutch. It was 6-all early in the game, and they obviously took it 21-11 in the end. And that's a better start from Singapore's perspective here early on. I mean, really on paper, you know, at the start of the week, Singapore favourites to take this group, aren't they, really?
Yeah, they have been. And I mean, obviously it's quite close. They've had 2 3-2 wins, and as have had the Netherlands, but to be honest, especially in the men's doubles, we've seen a lot of upsets this week.
But to be fair to the Singapore coaching team, they could have gone with more, let's put it, dependable, mature, experienced pairs, but they've got this feeling that they want to bring the youngsters through. If you look at their squad for the SEA Games coming up, which is of course in Singapore in June, there's a lot of youngsters, 18-year-olds, 16-year-olds. You know, we've seen them out there. You know, here's Terry here, a 19-year-old. They kind of seems like building for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would have been a bit, well, not foolish, but interesting decision from the coaches if they were really after this match to leave out Danny Krishnanta and Chayat Triachat. Obviously they slipped up a couple of days ago against Canada, but they are a good pair. They've had a lot of good wins over the years playing together, and I think so far maybe they're regretting that decision slightly. But like you say, if they have an eye towards the future, then to give someone like Terry He the experience in a big event like this will be invaluable for him as he gets older.
He also played in the mixed doubles this week, did he, with Tan Hae Wan. Won straight games against Canada.
again, just good patience in the attack from the Dutch. Waiting till they had the opportunity to go for a 100% smash on balance.
And some good defensive work there.
6-4.
Yeah, Mars did well to keep this down after a little slip.
Oh,
Service over.
feet got a little stuck there, didn't they?
Yeah, he just hesitated a little bit, and it was just enough to let the shuttle drop enough and put it in the net.
Right.
Well,
6.
saw the opportunity, took it very smartly, Heat.
Yes.
It's just wanting the court to be mopped, a little bit of moisture on it. Of course, they're down as the Netherlands, aren't they? If you ask anyone from the team, they'd say that we're from Holland. But obviously, the official name for the country, obviously around the world, is the Netherlands. So we'll go with that.
Service over. 7.
Not sure what came first. I assume Netherlands came before Holland, but don't expect you to know that one. That's more of a geography question and a history question than a badminton one, Oliver.
Yeah, not really my strong point.
Mine neither.
8-6.
Nice rally. Mainly the Dutch attacking though, isn't it? Singapore pair trying to hang in, and pretty valiantly as well. Turned it around well, didn't they?
Service over. 7-8.
Yeah, just not allowing the Dutch the easy opportunities that they had in the first set. As we see the 43 shot rally there, well finished off by Hendra Wijaya.
Remember we were watching the New Zealand Open a couple of weeks ago. There must have been a rally in that. There was about 100 shots, but we had no one counting for us then. It's lovely we got the graphic there now.
Service over. 9-7.
Yeah, the Singaporeans are trying to change the game plan a little bit, or more than a little bit at the moment. Just making the Dutch boys stretch from side to side, really trying to open up the court and always make sure they're off balance when they're attacking, so they can, just like that, so they can come in and counter. But they definitely had more success in the earlier half of this game by trying to play the net and just keep the shuttle down. Everything at the moment is being played to the mid and the rear court. That's better from Hendra Wijaya.
8-10.
But both Arends and Mars are moving well enough to be able to cope with anything that's not on the net.
Service over. 11.
And as you said it, there was another
Interval.
Point validated, and another point on the board as well for the Dutch. 11-8 already set up. Arends and Maas looking very good.
Yeah, you said it before, Richard. They are doing much more of the attacking than Terry He and Hendra Wijaya. And 99 times out of 100, if you're doing that, you're going to come out on the winning side in a men's doubles.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
But yeah, like I said before, it'd be good to see Hendra try and step forward and take more of the net by just playing softer and being able to follow up afterwards like he is so good at.
Yeah, work cut out here for He and his partner Wijaya.
11, 8, play.
Just need to somehow just get on a run. Put Arends and Maas under a little pressure, because at the moment they're not. They're just making few errors. But whereas just the odd shots like that, some cheap points given away, and you can understand why. You know, he and Wijaya, they're trying to, you know, win points here, and they're going to have to risk trying to find the lines, but can sometimes have the opposite effect, can't it?
Yeah, it can. I think also they're not playing at their highest level today, so you're often not only battling against Maas and Arends, but also against yourselves a little bit to try and find that feeling that you've had on other days. But again, you can see the game plan into the wind is to try and push Maas and Arends to the back of the court and keep them back there. But it does mean you're defending a lot of the time, and I think their attack is too good to continue to do that.
Yeah, it looks as if this Dutch pair are heading for 3 wins out of 3 this week in the group stages. Of course, unlike the Group 1 matches, no quarterfinals to shout for here, but straight to a final.
Service over. 10, 14.
Arends down on the floor, but no harm done, apart from a lost point. His foot gave away there.
The second match on hot tank women men's singles. Wang Wenqi, Hong Kong, China against Sadara, USA.
Yeah, good return from Yala Maas. Just making sure he goes past Hendra Wijaya, not giving him the opportunity to cut it off and get control of the rally.
Service over. 12, 15.
And that's better from Terry He as well. You can see when he plays that soft shuttle just to the net that there was a bit of hesitation from the Dutch pair. But when you keep dishing up lifts like that,
16, 12.
it's all a bit too easy.
Yeah, and the first point getting closer now for the Netherlands here. Just even the straightforward things like that aren't happening at the moment for Singapore.
It's not often like you will see that from Hendra Wijaya, and we've seen it 2 or 3 times today. And just clever attack from Yaka Arends there, keeping the shuttle on the sideline, knowing that Terry He's probably going to return it straight back, either short or long.
Service over. 13, 18. Right. 14, 18.
Drift taking that long. Some resistance here, though. I mean, you never know. I mean, they are 3 points from victory here, Ahrens and Maas, but we've seen bigger comebacks than this before.
Yeah, we certainly have, and that was a better worked rally by the Singaporeans. Again, like I said, just taking the pace out of their strokes, getting the shuttle down below the tape and at the net, forcing the Dutch boys to lift this time. Of course, Terry He has a lot of power, especially in the flat rallies and from the back line, but sometimes it can be used against him.
Correction in. Service over. 19, 15.
That one overruled by the umpire. Ooh, might have been worth a challenge.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes when you're, I mean, particularly, you know, Ahrens and Maas and Wijaya here and he, they're not used to calls, are they? I mean, there's no other events they're playing in where you have the technology available to
Yeah,
you.
no.
And sometimes you just forget in the heat of the battle, but yeah, definitely, given the match situation, definitely worth a call.
Yeah.
Service over. 16, 19.
Singaporeans just starting to lift as well the last 3 or 4 points.
Okay. Let's check me. Okay. Right.
Well, down to 2 points the gap now.
17, 19. Right.
3号场地将要进行的是
So.
2队与土耳其队的第2场
Service over.
男子单打。
What a way to bring up game points. Not only game points, of course, match points. 3 of them. The Netherlands on the brink here.
8号裁判员坎努尔威尔士。
Second match of European men's singles. Milan, Czech Republic against Austria.
Well left. Well, it was pretty comfortable, you have to say, for Yilmaz and Jaco Ahrens, the Dutch pair, cruising through really. As easy as they could have expected it against Hendro Wijaya and Terry He. A little bit of resistance in that second game, but
Match won by
nothing that
Netherlands.
really put the pressure and the heat on the Dutch pair.
21-17.
Yeah, Maas and Ahrens just more consistent as well, but tactically better in this first men's doubles match.
So the Netherlands go a point up thanks to a men's doubles win from Jaco Ahrens and Yilmaz, 21-11, 21-17. So just half an hour. Cool. Women's singles match is our next offering here between Singapore and the Netherlands. So confirmation then, very impressive display from Arons and Maas, given Netherlands the ideal start then in this 5 rubber match. Obviously all 5 will be played, even if the Dutch were to take, say, the first 3 matches, but it's singles our next couple of offerings, starting with the women's singles. Chen Jia-Yuan against Soraya de Vries-Eibergen, and then Derek Wong against Mark Cao-Yao. Women's doubles and mixed doubles completing the tie proceedings. Well, first time out on the court for Singapore's Jia-Yuan Chen. She's had to watch on while her teammates try to gather the points. Third time out of 3 on court for Soraya de Vries-Eibergen. Won the Dutch title in February, did Soraya.
Welcome on court. May I ask her? Red or black? Black. Black. Court? Okay.
Okay, well the preliminaries sorted.
Yeah.
So
Chen electing to play with the wind in the first game.
So women's singles match between, well, again, just wonder how this one's going to pan out. Obviously the higher ranked player here is Chen. It's been a tough week so far for Soraya. You'd think on paper at least that Chen here would be the favourite.
On paper, yeah, sure. But it's women's singles, it's often a little bit closer, or can be a lot closer than what would be suggested on paper. And even though Soraya's had a couple of tough matches this week, she's had to play against Michelle Lee, who from Canada, who's obviously very, very good, and also Beatriz Corrales from Spain, so both top 30 players.
And a strange situation in a way for Chen here, because she's not played and she's had to watch on from the sideline, so maybe there's that advantage here for Soraya. As you can see, she's ranked 75 in the world, but yeah, she's had some good events. She was a runner-up at the Orleans International event, and she got to the final of the Dutch International as well recently. She's been playing in England for the Surrey Smashers in the NBL, and also in the German league too, so she's been playing plenty of badminton in recent months.
Of course, still quite young as well, so I think we can look for that ranking to climb from 75 as this year goes on as well. And
you can see Chen not picked this week. They got a couple of youngsters in the squad. I was mentioning that in the men's double. 16-year-old Jiao Minyo, she played against Spain, and 19-year-old Xiao Yu played against Canada. And both of those girls have been picked for the Southeast Asian Games that's coming up in their homeland in June. You mentioned already that the troubles that Soraya had.
On my left, Netherlands, represented by Soraya de Vries-Eibergen. Netherlands to serve. Level play.
So perfect start for the Dutch here. Can Soraya de Vries-Eibergen keep that run going, or is there going to be a level of the playing game through Chen Jia-Yuan? As I say, it's a kind of a strange situation for Chen watching on. Also, she's not been picked for the SEA Games. You know, you can say you're going for youth, but she's only 24.
Yeah, that's not that old. But I think perhaps she has a point to prove as well to the coaches, having not been selected for the Southeast Asian Games. It's always disappointing as a player to miss out on those sorts of things.
Especially when it's in Singapore as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing better than playing in front of a home crowd. And
I mean, listen, there's nothing against the 16-year-old Jia Min Yeo, and I'm sure she's got a great future ahead of her, but she's still at school, you know?
that's crazy. So obviously, yes, the coaches have a lot of faith in her, and they see a lot of potential.
I mean, we do see some great young talent perform, you know, now 17, 18-year-olds winning medals at World Championships. But listen, and I'm not saying that this young girl, I didn't see her play the other day, I know she lost, but I'm not saying she hasn't got potential. But, you know, to not go with a player that's ranked in the top 40 of the world and to go with a schoolgirl.
That's a big decision. And like I said, they obviously think quite highly of her to pick her in a side at only 16.
Yeah, because badminton wasn't in the SEA Games 2 years ago, but it was in 2011. Was that given?
Called good.
4, 3.
No, she's disputing it. I mean, you can dispute it. Hawkeye's available. Is he saying it's too late now?
Yeah, he said she has to do it immediately. I thought she walked straight over to the chair.
Well, I think you have to give the signal, don't you?
Right, as soon as it lands.
Yeah. Well, within a few seconds. I mean, it was about 15 seconds or so, wasn't it, before she actually started talking to the umpire. But this is what we're saying: the inexperience of these players not using the system before. I mean, you think it's something the coaches would talk to you about, and she has sat on the sidelines for the last couple of days. But
yeah, I mean, even the system itself has only been in play since India last year at the Thomas Cup and Yuba Cup. So it is something that players are having to get used to, but I think it's a great addition to the game. And
yeah, I mean, some might say, that technology can undermine line judges and umpires. What do you think?
You can look at it that way, but I think we've still got the human element of the line judges and the umpires making the call, which still keeps them involved and keeps the game operating as it is. But you've got some reassurances for the players that they won't be underdone or hard done by in crucial stages of matches. They know they can challenge if they get one they don't think was right at 19-all in the third, for example, which can affect careers. Yeah,
I mean, listen, from my perspective, I think it's it's there just to assist the umpires, line judges, who, let's face it, 99% of as a judgment made there by Mohammed Hussain now as a service judge. 99% of the time they're making correct calls. And even when we see Hawkeye, the players, they question it, but most of the time they're wrong as well when they do question it. So I think it just is a backup, really.
Yeah, exactly. I think it just combines with the line judges and the officials to making sure that the right decision gets made. And I think at the end of the day, as long as the right decision is made, then that's all the better for the game.
It does eliminate some of the controversy, though, sometimes, which can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what you want to see. I like to see sometimes somebody get a little riled. I know it's not fair on them, but because, in tennis now, for example, I don't think you'll see another John McEnroe, because McEnroe would have gone to Hawkeye, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think he would have been the most prolific user of Hawkeye out of everybody on the tour at that time.
Yeah, it's been a good start by Iberen, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Chen's certainly a player who uses her shots to control the rally and the quality of them. But Soraya been making a move to all four corners and really making her cover a lot of court. As that one goes just wide, but
Service over. 7-8. Service over. 9-7.
And that's the second or third time we've seen that from Chen, just being a little bit slow coming out from her around the head corner and the rear court, and a little vulnerable to some angled attacks, both back cross court and also down the line, but particularly the one back cross court.
Service over. 8-9.
There you go. I mean, she got nowhere near that, did she?
10-8.
Yeah, she just doesn't seem that willing to really move and stretch when it goes to the right in the corners.
Yeah, on that occasion, maybe she was just hoping it was going to go out, but obviously it was a long way from doing that.
The second match on hot court within men's singles. Kosovo, Canada against Fabian, Spain.
10.
Umpire, Yifei, China. Service judge, Unas Israelis, Latvia.
And again, I mean, that's a
11-9.
real advantage for Soraya de Vishayberg, and if she can keep finding the corners as she is doing, because she's winning a number of points and she leads at the interval now 11-9.
Yeah, I mean, not only is she finding the corners, but she's able to do it well disguised as well. Chen's a little bit vulnerable to having to turn quickly. Now when Ibergen just holds the shuttle and plays with a little bit of deception, just causes the timing of Chen to be a little bit off, and then she plays to the corners, which makes it much more effective,
20 seconds.
and just
20 seconds.
results in Chen being later to take the shuttle.
Well, it's
11-9.
been a terrific start for the Dutch. Obviously, they've already got that point under their belt thanks to the men's doubles pair of Yilmaz and Jaco Arends. That serve is long from Soraya.
11-all.
Unlucky, but a good choice, I think. She's had some success attacking down that side.
And she was nowhere near it, was she, Chen?
No.
Yeah, good rally. Well worked point for Chen.
12, 11.
Oh, she's just missing the corners now, isn't she? This is a nice little run of points for the Singapore shuttler.
Yeah, not quite sure what she was trying to do with that. I think she was trying to get it a little steeper.
Well, haven't things changed here quickly?
11.
Yeah, just a string of unforced errors, hasn't it been?
Yeah.
And a couple of winners, and next minute you're 4 points behind.
6 points in a row for Chen Jiawen. points there, but she has herself a nice little lead now.
12-15.
Yeah, it can be difficult in these situations where you do lose 5-6 points in a row to keep doing what you're doing, because she has been doing the right things, trying to stretch Chen from corner to corner. As we see, a great little disguise there from Chen herself. But
16-12.
if you do make a few mistakes trying to implement the tactics that you want to, sometimes it can be a little disheartening.
Service over. 13-16. Service over. 17-13.
Yeah, things just going a little awry now for Solai Devish Eibergen. Really good opportunity this for Chen.
Well, good recovery.
Yeah. It was the right decision, wasn't it? And she ended up winning the point.
18-13.
Yeah, she did well.
Well, I'm not sure what Chen was told at the interval, but whatever she was told, it's working.
Yeah, she's certainly the one in control of the rallies now. But I think we've seen from Eibergen just playing the shuttles more into the court, so not making Chen stretch as far as she had to in the first 11 points, and putting a little more pace in the rallies, and that's, I think, where Chen has the advantage.
Service over. 14-19.
Yeah, also that she's changed from the backhand serve initially,
20. Game
now
ball,
serving high
14.
with a forehand into the breeze, which means Chen has her attack assisted by the small draft that is in this stadium.
Well, 6 game points here for Chen. One of them just saved by Eibergen. But
15-20.
when you consider there was a decent interval lead for the Dutch girl, this has been a good turnaround from Singapore's Chen. Well, she saved a few of these now. Still 3 more to go though. 3 saved, 3 to go. And there it is. Opening game to Singapore, and Chen Jia Yuan,
Won by Singapore, 21-17.
as you heard from the umpire, 21-17. And a very solid display in the second half of that game from the Singapore player. And no real answers either from Eibergen once she did up the ante. There's confirmation of the scoreline.
Yeah, it was a few mistakes from Ibeken after the interval that kind of kicked things off for Chen and Singapore. But then to her credit as well, she stepped up her speed and was able to stretch Soraya to all four corners.
Yeah, it was a really nice start from the Dutch player. Turned into a frustrating end to it, though. I mean, it's easier said than done, but somehow she's got to start finding those corners in the way she was in the first half of that opening game.
Yeah, it almost felt like from our position up here that she went away from what was working in that first 11 points. She was playing a lot of shots to the same corner. Once, twice, three times, especially to the forehand corner in the rear court of Chen, and then attacking down the backhand side. But we didn't see much of that at all after the interval.
Play. Service over. 1, love.
Oh, some lovely net play from Chen there. Good rally all round, and
2.
there's your Dutch.
Limited.
Yeah. I assume it was a thumbs up because she played the point very well.
Hold. Service hold call. Service over.
It's
Yeah, you come to me.
every time a player is called, none of them ever understand it, do they?
No.
1, 2.
Whether it's more they don't understand what they're being faulted for or can't believe they're actually being faulted. It's a
2, all.
as we see some good net there from Chen. So much confidence in the quality of that shot.
It's over. 3, 2. Four, 2. Five, 2.
A few mistakes now coming from the racket of Chen.
Service over. 3, 5. Four, 5. is over. 6, 4.
Nicely turned there from Iberken.
4.
She's had success doing that from both sides, especially when Chen is coming out of the rear court. Just to play it back to the side where she's coming from after she's played it cross court, to cross it back has been effective.
Service over.
Nice corner found there for Chen. We should point out, because obviously people are joining us and won't necessarily be aware, but the draw has been made, hasn't it, for the quarter-finals of Level 1 Sudirman Cup. Just to let you know, if you haven't seen it, China will play Germany, Korea against Malaysia again. Yep. Indonesia taking on Chinese Taipei, and Denmark against Japan. The latter two matches played on Friday. The first two will be played on Thursday. What do you make of that?
It's going to make for some exciting quarterfinals, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's China having another rematch against Germany as well.
Yeah, obviously you'd fancy them there. Korea against Malaysia is going to be a tough one to call, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Malaysia with the upset, I guess, in the pool stages, with the men's doubles especially putting in a terrific performance to beat world number ones of Lee Yong-dae and Yu Yon-seong.
And I suppose Indonesia, Chinese Taipei, that's a pretty close call too.
Yeah, you'd have to say that Chinese Taipei will likely be favourites in both the singles matches for that match.
Service over.
But for the question for them is, can they, I guess, steal one of the doubles?
7.
And I think the biggest hope comes in the men's doubles there, with Lee and Sai against Asan and Setiawan, number 3 and 4 in the world, against each other. That should be a thrilling encounter.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get to that match though. It depends, doesn't it, where who's picked and who's distributed where. So that's to come next couple of days here at the
9, 7.
basketball centre here in Dongguan. Well, Iberken with another chance to take the interval lead.
Yeah, the real challenge for her is, can she maintain it afterwards? Might sound like I'm just repeating what happened in the first set, but often so
Service over.
crucial when you're, I guess, a younger player playing against someone who has the ability to play at that slightly higher level. Often you can get to 11 in a reasonably tight
Service over.
match, but then they pull away after the interval. So key for her to be able to come out strong after
10,
that
8.
and stay close.
Service over. 9, 10.
That's out.
10, all.
The third match on
So it is the interval lead for Iberken again, but it's pretty tight, isn't it? 11 points to 10.
USA. Umpire, Chen Chuzhen, Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, like the first half of the first set, it has been
Japan.
a point each way almost for these two players. And like I said, I think it's key for Iberken to be able to make Chen twist and turn from side to side. We've seen that's where she's had success so far, and she's just been able to do it in
Court 1, 20
for a couple of
seconds.
points,
Court
but
1, 20 seconds.
unable to sustain it without some errors creeping in as well.
When you please put in the
So right, I'm just having to tidy up a little.
11-10. Play.
But of course, sometimes your opponent doesn't let you do the things that you would like to as well.
Different shot from Chen there. That's much better.
Service over. 11.
I mean, we watched Hong Kong yesterday, didn't we? And they were pretty smart. Very, very convincing performance all round in their victory over France. You have to say, based on what we've seen, they're looking the favourites really, even though they're not the higher ranked compared to either Singapore.
12-all.
You could see them winning this group, couldn't you? Or this level, I should say.
Yeah, you definitely can. I guess they're quite well distributed across all 5 events. They've got strengths in all of them.
Was that good? It was. Well, if she's questioning it, call it. Yeah, she is calling it. She got there in time this time.
Singapore challenges call.
Did look out, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
So she was right to call. Just waiting for the official verdict, because sometimes a little bit of the shuttle can catch the line, can't it? And you just never know.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. Only has to be any part of it.
There you go. It was a tight one, but it was out.
Correction. 13-12. Play. Service over.
She gets the point back though.
Yeah, good shot. Smart shot
13-all.
from Iberken.
Well, she's battling away here. Sorry, Davish Iberken, but trying to push Chen here, deny her a straight games win and try and take her to a third. Sometimes it seems like there's 2 players out on court, 2 different ones. Obviously there's 2 players out on court. I'm talking about Chen in particular. That she just goes into these little lulls, doesn't she, and then bursts into life.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain rallies where she's under pressure, especially at the back line, but her safety is very good, and she's able to wait for her opportunity to counter-attack and then come with an attack of her own. Of course, so important when you're under pressure to be able to just keep the shuttle in play and keep it somewhere where you can get the next one.
is over. 16-15.
Lovely net shot that time with some disguise as well from Ibergen.
16-all.
Well, the first game was tight to start with, and then Chen ran away. This one looks like it's going to be tight all the way through.
Clever play from Ibergen.
16.
Again, really exploiting Chen's slight turning weakness that she has.
Excellent point from Ibergen, that was. Really played that at a high level, didn't she?
Yeah, fantastic control under pressure.
Yeah, that was a determined point as well. Pressure was on, as you say, and came up with the goods. Wow.
16.
Looks like we have every potential here to head for a third and decisive game, and you've got to credit Ibergen for the way she was 16-15 down here and now a couple of points away.
It's over. 17-19.
Oh, it's just wide. Wasn't by much.
18-19.
Such a fine line, isn't it, sometimes? And again, a whisker wide, and now it's 19-all.
19-all.
She's not doing anything wrong as such, is she? Just
No, it's just a couple of mistakes, really. Maybe just play with a little more margin.
oh no, now it's match point to Chen from a position where she's eyeing up a third game. Suddenly Ibergen faces a match point against her, and Singapore have a chance to level up the overall tie here. Oh, it's right on the line this time. Well,
20-all.
you can't question whether she's got the guts and if she's brave enough to go for it, because she certainly has, hasn't she, on all these points. She saves a match point. But she faces another one. Chen with a lovely smash down the line. Sets up match point number 2.
20.
Chen nets. Now can she create a game point for herself this time? Ibergen.
Yeah, she's certainly leaving everything she has out on court.
Oh, that's very decisive from Chen. Third match point.
22-21.
Excellent. 3 save now. I don't know about you, but there was a lift here where I just thought maybe Chen could have gone for the smash. It was a little bit short, but she went for the more conservative play.
Yeah, I mean, both players have had success attacking steep and with cuts and slices as well, but particularly Chen's been more successful with her smash this afternoon. If there's any, I guess, a little bit of a weakness to Ibergen, it is the picking up the wide smashes in her defense. And at match point up, you got nothing to lose there.
Oh, hanging in there. Soraya Devish Ibergen. Chen denied 3 match points. And now she has game point of her own. Brilliant play.
22.
Yeah, great point from Ibergen, that one. Again, playing large court. Stretching Chen all the way to the front, all the way to the back, followed up by an angled attack cross court.
Oh, that's so close. Tried the angled volley there.
23-0.
And on we go.
Brilliant stuff.
24-23.
Again, nice variety when she's under pressure in her forehand side, and very well weighted with that net kill to finish it off.
And that's wide. An error from Chen means it's 1 game all. The fighting spirit of Soraya Devish Ibergen takes her through to a decider. What a match. 25-23, saving 3 match points. And who knows what's coming next.
Yeah, a lot of fighting spirit shown there from Ibergen. But I guess the real signature of her in that second set was she was able to string together more tactically sound points and exploit the weaknesses that Chen has. And the biggest one for me is her movement. Her shot quality is good when you give her time and she's not under pressure, but when you can stretch her to her extremes, it is so hard to play a good shot and a shot of genuine quality as well, and to do it consistently. So I think really important for Ibergen that she can do that again in this third game if she wants to make it a 2-0 lead for the Netherlands.
And who knows in the overall context of the tie how important this next game is, because the Dutch have got off to a flying start and it looked as if she was beaten here, Soraya Devish Ibergen, but she's dug in and she's got to be the one feeling buoyant right now.
Absolutely, the way she was able to turn it around, especially in that second set, having been 19-16 up and next minute you lose 4 points in a row, to hold your nerve and be able to fight your way through and actually take that second game, having let a lead slip. It's always good for your confidence.
Well, Chen has to begin again now. She has to build again. The hard part for her is to try and put those things behind her.
Level. Play.
When the match is within your grasp, like the way it was for Chen there, to see it slip away, it takes some mental strength, doesn't it, to overcome, and that shows the effervescence in which Ehrbergen's playing right now. Yeah, that's much better. Seen that a couple of times from Chen. Just wide though. That's better.
Right on the money, yeah. It's interesting that you can see Soraya positioned after her serve almost completely on that half of the court, but still wasn't able to retrieve that smash from Chen. That's how good it was. Yeah, nicely done from Ehrbergen again.
3-1.
Again, just pushing Chen to the rear court and then coming with the sharp angle across to the other side.
Well, she was so close to a third straight games defeat of her 2015 Sudirman Cup. Was that a miss hit?
I think so.
Yeah, a hand of apology, so Chen admitting it. Must have just come off the frame. See, if that was me, I'd never have admitted it. Of course I meant it.
4-2.
But she's spot on at the moment, isn't she, Soraya?
Yeah, she certainly has a bit of a spring in her step,
And as a result, Chen, we've seen her obviously going for that shot. It's brought her some success, but she can't afford really to be as flamboyant, if you like, as that.
no, I think she's making a few mistakes and being a little bit impatient. Well, that was beautiful, but instead of taking Soraya around the court, moving her out of position first and then creating the opening, it's a more percentage play at least. But
4-5. Service over. 6-4. Service over.
Looks like it's going to be
6.
another tight game. I don't know whether the teammates will be able to handle the nerves if it goes to extra points again. Oh, that is close. And she's looking questioningly. Don't know why she doesn't use the Hawkeye again, because she's got a, you know, she's got all of them left. She's challenged once and she was right, but
It's over. 6-7.
Just a lot of errors from the rackets of both players in the opening stages of this third game. Suggestive of a few nerves.
Yeah, understandable, really. Well, she's playing a couple of cute shots, isn't she, Chen? Just trying to vary a little bit, maybe just pose a few more questions to the Dutch player. Was she looking questioning again at the call? Or is that just despondence?
I think
with
there
her
was
own
more
play?
despondence. Yeah, that looked well
Yeah,
out the back
I
line.
was going to say, yeah. Oh, that hits the net and goes wide.
10, 7.
Well, she's led at all the intervals, Eibergen. Obviously, she ended up losing the first game, ended up turning it around to, after letting that lead slip again, to take the second game. And she's in front again in the third. This time with the biggest lead she's had of the lot, 11-7.
Yeah, there's definitely an edge of confidence to her play now that we hadn't really seen earlier in the match, but that was really well done. She knew the quality of her net shot there and was able to keep her base right forward on the net.
Squad 1, 20 seconds. Squad 1, 20 seconds. Coach. Coach. 11-7. Play.
So, an exciting women's singles match. They've been in court for 48 minutes. It's a Dutch player who leads. One game all, but 11-7 up in this third.
Ooh, I think she may have touched the net there. No, awarded the point.
Yeah, she looked a little...
Oh,
well, what should happen there?
that should be the Singaporean's point, as indeed it is. Just thought that one was coming over.
Well, the point on the scoreboard's gone to...
Yeah, he's given 3 points there. I think he's just trying to undo what he's done. It should be 8-11.
Doesn't wait. Well,
yeah. I mean, it would be nice from Eibergen's point of view if they could stick another couple on, but...
8-12.
Is that right? No, it's not.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Klaus Schlieben knows as well. That's good. No, he's got it now.
11.
There we are. We're back. We're back on target.
Service over. 12.
Again, another successful point from Eibergen down Chen's backhand side. Just clever attacking play.
And she's done well as well, because a little point like that where because obviously we were more concerned with the way the points weren't right, but you give away a point like that. It's it's a 2-point swing. So it can affect you mentally, but she hasn't. She's just pushed on from that again.
Yeah, especially when you do something a little bit silly like that, when you're expecting the shuttle to come over and it doesn't. But I think she was able to just laugh it off and bounced back really well. It hasn't affected her at all.
Well, she's won the next 4 points. I should say the next 3 points. We'll make that 4 points. That was fantastic. What a deft touch.
Yeah, magnificent disguise, wasn't it? Just the loose wrist, the loose hand to be able to play that shot.
Yeah, this is a big performance from Soraya de Wisch-Eibergen here. And she's coming up with the goods and stretching away. 16-8 now. Remember, she had 3 match points against her, what, around 15 minutes ago? And now she's looking good to take the Dutch into a 2-0 lead. Yeah, she is seeing everything now.
Yeah, she's just got better and better as the match has gone on. Especially tactically, I feel.
That's a bit of a silly way to stop a run of 6 points in a row, but she has got a little bit of wiggle room there, hasn't she? That's wide, well wide.
Service over. 18-9.
Well, she has been in a final this year at the Orleans International, the Dutch International, so she's obviously been playing some good badminton. That's just wide.
10, 18.
Obviously she's not come up against the best players in the world yet, but she's shown some mental strength here, if nothing else. That's been very impressive.
Yeah, especially having lost both of her matches so far this week in straight games, admittedly against slightly better opponents, but
it could have easily been 3 straight defeats in straight games, couldn't it?
Exactly. She had 3 match points against her, but to her credit, she's really played well since then. Look at that.
Oh, well played, Jen, keeping it alive momentarily, but another point closer to winning.
19-11.
That's wide, and it's match points to Holland. And look at it, 9 of them as well. From staring defeat in the face, Eibergen on the point of giving the Netherlands a 2-0 lead here.
Service over. 12, 20.
What a crucial win that could prove to be for the Netherlands. Soraya de Wisch-Eibergen turned it around big style. What an impressive performance that is. Chen,
Match won by Netherlands.
Jia Yuan will be highly disappointed, I'm sure, particularly when she had the game within her grasp with 3 separate match points. But from a really sticky situation, Eibergen came up with shot after shot, and in the end a comfortable winner in that 3rd game, 21 points to 12.
Yeah, I think she took a lot from that comeback in the 2nd game and was able to ride that wave of confidence in the 3rd one. But credit to her, I think she got better and better as the match went on, and I think that was reflective of the confidence level she showed. But she was able to push Chen all around the court, make her player cover a big court, and then attack down the back inside where she scored a lot of points.
Yeah, tight, wasn't it, until that very end. 21-12 in the 3rd game for Soraya de Wisch-Eibergen, and the Dutch They're 2 up.
Women's singles. Michelle Lee, Canada, against Carolina Marie, Spain. Umpire, Crystal, Oslo.
Well, it's looking good, isn't it, for the Dutch right now? You have to say they need one more point from somewhere, and you never know, it could come from the men's singles. Although you'd have to fancy Derek Wong perhaps against Mark Karyao, but you never know. But then they have still those opportunities in the doubles as well. Backs against the wall for Singapore. Yeah, you have to say you'd fancy maybe Singapore putting a point back here, but you'd fancy the Dutch getting a point out of those last 2 doubles, wouldn't you?
You'd have thought so, yeah, but I think this tie is still evenly poised. I mean, Holland may have a 2-0 lead, but with Derek Wong here in the men's singles on paper a favourite against Mark Karyao, and then the mixed doubles as well, you would also say that Singapore are favourites for that match, so it could come down to the women's doubles for the Netherlands. So it's still maybe 2-love deficit for Singapore, but still plenty to play for.
So Derek Wong here up against Mark Karyao, and well, shaking hands all round. So let's see who wins there. The toss of the coin. It's blue. Goes Wong's way. But nothing has gone Singapore's way so far, has it really? So the pressure on Derek Wong, and a really good opportunity for Mark Karyao, who really enters the court here with the situation as perfectly poised as it could be, really, because the expectations are low on him anyway. Maybe a surprise choice to be playing, and now he's obviously still got the thought that, you know, even if I was to lose, it shouldn't really let the team down. You never know, but as I say, nice situation. He ranked 131 in the world. He's only 21 years of age. You know, just over a year ago, still playing junior tournaments. Listen, we don't know the full story, but to see him play all 3 singles matches, that's a bit of a turn up.
Yeah, it's certainly maybe not something you would expect looking on with Eric Pang waiting in the wings, but
yeah, I think he's a guy who was in the quarterfinals of the World Championships last year. You can see he's played 2, won 1, and lost 1. Being Andrew D'Souza in that 3rd set there, and then lost in the 3rd in a very tight long match against Ernesto Velázquez of Spain. As for Derek Wong, well, more experienced player, 47th in the world. He has been a little bit higher this year, and a mixed bag. He made it the quarterfinals of the tournament in India, the Syed Modi, earlier in the year, and also at the Malaysian Masters. But in recent months, there's not been anything there that really has lit it up. As you can see, 1 match for him so far, and beaten very convincingly, wasn't he, by Pablo Abian.
Ready to play?
Derek Wong, of course, a player who kind of lit it up in Scotland last summer when he won Commonwealth Games silver. So very capable player, good badminton stock. I have to say, Mark Calyao, player that we really don't know that much about really. He's only been playing senior events in the last 12 months, and there's been nothing there that has really made the mark. He made the quarterfinals at the Dutch International, lost to the man on the sidelines, Eric Pang, and that's been as good as it's got at senior level. A couple of other quarterfinals too.
Netherlands.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think it does take some time, especially from a junior age, to break through in the senior circuit, especially in men's singles and especially in Europe as well. It's so tough to really break through in those tournaments, and you see often players taking 2-3 years to really crack through and start making semi-finals, finals of those challenge events.
Well, opportunity for Mark Calyao, and he's taking the opening point. I mean, the thought process could be Eric Pang, you know, he's in his 30s now, and here's a guy that is coming through, as you say. Let's put him in there, you know. And I suppose they kind of dreamed, the coaches, of a better situation. He's coming at it with the Dutch team 2 up.
Yeah, absolutely. So all the pressure for this match is now on Derek Wong to try and keep Singapore in it. And I mean, Mark Calyao has showed in that loss to Eric Pang was 23-21 on the third. So from that perspective, I mean, obviously you can't take everything from that one result, but he's shown that he's more than capable of playing at Eric's level. And if they are similar in that respect, then why not put him in?
Yeah, you look at what matches are coming up, and if Calyao wasn't to do it here, I mean, it's the women's doubles really, when you've got a pair that are in the top 10 of the world. That's where you'd feel confident if you're on the coaching team that if Mark can do it here, they get it done. And even if, you know, from their perspective, the wrong result came, you still got the insurance policy that maybe it still could happen in the mixed doubles.
Yeah, I think from a Dutch perspective, they would definitely prefer it to happen in the women's doubles. Well, the men's singles firstly, but if that can't happen, the women's doubles. But they have been playing really well over the last couple of years and risen from sort of top 20-ish to now breaking into the top 10. So exciting times for the Netherlands ladies doubles pair.
Good rally this, isn't it? Well, he left it wrongly. Maybe he had enough of the rally. That one didn't last too long, though, did it?
No, just too flat there from Calyao.
Starting to...
Good idea, but...
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, starting to stamp his play here on Calyao, isn't he, Derek Wong? Again, he's left it. Again, it's in, and not really that close.
Yeah, just obviously have to remember that Derek Wong is heading towards the slower end of the stadium.
Yeah, he's been out there a couple of times already.
Service over. 3-7.
Derek Wong, obviously, you know, his father was singles-wise at least, Singapore's best player. His father won gold medal at the Southeast Asian Games. I know your sister plays, and obviously you played together with her in mixed doubles. I mean, it must be hard sometimes when you always reminded of what your father did. Were your parents badminton players?
Service over.
Yeah,
4,
Mum played a little bit in New Zealand for provincially. But yeah, I guess you're right. Living, well, for someone like Derek Wong who has to, or maybe is always known for what his parents have achieved and always has people asking about that, it must be hard to try and fill his shoes and follow what he's done.
Important that, you know, now he's got his own history. Now he's got a Commonwealth Games silver medal. That was a big deal. But he hasn't actually pushed on from that. He actually spoke about
6,
suddenly there were more demands on his time for media interviews, photo shoots, you know, sponsorship things, that he kept saying yes to things, and as a result there's been a little bit of a dip in form since last summer.
Yeah, I guess you've got to keep in mind when you do produce a result like that you might get some extra attention and coverage, which while is great for his profile, he's got to remember that he's going to be remembered first and foremost for what he does on the court.
Cao Yao calling this one. Hawkeye challenge.
Third time lucky for him. Ooh, that's close.
Let's have a look. I think this will tell us
I think
that's on the
good.
line. Yeah. It's not going to be a successful challenge, I'm afraid, for Cao Yao. He's looking up at the there's a big TV screen up on above their heads, which I think he knows the result of already, and that's confirmation, thanks to Hawkeye, that indeed the call was good.
Service over. 9-6. Leg. Netherlands. 1 challenge remaining.
And as you can hear, he's lost one of his 2 challenges now, and that's just wide as well.
10-6. Service over. 7-10. 8-10.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand why you would say yes. It's nice to have the tension, and it's nice to have those demands, but obviously you got to remember that it's your badminton that comes first. And well, he's doing his job right now for Singapore early on. He's 11-8 to the good against Mark Cao Yao of the Netherlands. Singapore need him to win.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that so far in 2015 it hasn't been perhaps his best year for Derek Wong, but we've also mentioned over the last couple of days that things can be decided on a couple of points. And for example, watching his match in China Masters at the quarterfinals, he was a set and 19-13 to the good, and unfortunately lost that one in extra points, and then lost the third set as well. So he was 2 points away from a semi-final, and who knows what that might have brought. But he is definitely doing what he needs to do for Singapore at the moment. He's putting good pressure on Mark Cao Yao, and happy just to play him around and make Mark work for all his points. But I think normally we see a lot more hard hitting from Derek Wong from the back line, and we haven't seen that yet. So whether that's a conscious choice or he's happy just to keep that in the bag for later.
How about that one?
Yeah,
he heard you.
Yeah, that's definitely his favourite shot from the rear court as well. He plays that very, very well. A cross-court smash from around the head corner.
Service over. 9-12. Service over. 13-9. Service over. 10-13.
No, that's very nicely played from Wong. You can see he's just getting a little frustrated, isn't he?
10.
Cao Yao. It's not you can tell he's not quite where he wants to be with his game.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult for him.
Look at the body language there.
15.
Yeah, he's a little bit despondent. But it is hard when you come up against a guy that has the level of Derek Wong. Of course, you want to be able to play your shots and attack and dictate terms how you want to, but with a guy with his skills and his speed of movement especially, it can be hard, and he might not give you the opportunities to do that. So you've almost got to find areas where you can play with him and not be hurt during a rally, so you can stay in there and wait for your opportunities.
Yeah, like that. Unfortunately, he's overdone it, and you can see he's giving himself a talking to here. It's just, you could sense it even just after the interval. He was just getting a little hard on himself,
18.
and this game's suddenly just slipping away very quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, that can be a natural reaction if you don't have that many opportunities in the rallies to score your points. When you do finally get one,
11.
you think, right, I've got to take this, and you snatch at it a little bit. And like we saw a couple of points previously, the smash goes over the baseline.
That was short, always going to be dispatched by Wong.
Service over. 19. 11.
Ah, there you go, he found one.
Service over. 12. 19.
Oh, it's a pity.
Service over.
And it brings up game points, and a fair few of them as well for Derek Ziliang Wong to give him his full title. And there you go, he's taken the opening game. It was pretty comfortable in the end, wasn't it? 21 points to 12, and Cao Yao's got a bit of working out to do if he's going to try and push this way. His female counterpart, or teammate I should say, did, because Wong has a comfortable lead now, 21-12.
Yeah, we mentioned Cao Yao's frustrations in that first game, and I think that's also down to the fact that his attack has not been as effective as he's probably used to. He's a big guy, he's strong, he can hit hard from the baseline, but he's also got some nice touches and some angles. But so far, Derek Wong's been able to return pretty much everything, and so almost Cao Yao hasn't really got any answers because he's thrown everything at Derek Wong in this first game.
Yeah, and that's going down to what you said, you know, the point about the level that you're used to playing. So he's not used to Cao Yao ranked at over 100 in the world, playing someone of the standard of Derek Wong. He's used to playing Challenger, you know, the international tournaments, whereas of course Wong's playing, you know, Grand Prix Gold, and even the odd Super Series event.
Yeah, exactly. And when guys like Derek Wong play at a higher pace, like I said, you do get fewer opportunities, I guess, to attack him during a rally, and you've got to work so much harder to generate those opportunities. And then, of course, when they do come, you want to make sure that you can take them. So, and these guys are good enough often to turn it around, and it can go from an attacking situation to a defensive situation reasonably quickly.
I mean, in terms of, like, say, in football parlance, I mean, how much of a difference is it like playing, say, Champions League compared to, you know, your standard league?
I think that's a fair comparison, yeah. Maybe like the group stages of the Champions League to your National League.
So it's hard to necessarily to step up to that, especially when you're not used to playing at that level.
No, and especially in a hall like this. I mean, he's obviously played 2 games already, but not only is the level something different, but he's also, the conditions are different to what he's normally used to in a European situation, and it's just another variable to add to the equation that he has to consider and overcome to be able to play his best badminton.
Does this make the decision not to play Eric Pang a wrong one?
Well, looking at it so far, you'd probably consider it.
Or do you say, well, the experience he's getting is
2 love.
invaluable, and we probably will win the tie anyway?
Yeah, you can argue it both ways, can't you? At 2-0, that would have been a perfect time to send him out and give him the chance to play. It's a terrific cross-court smash from Derek Wong. But
Yeah, we've got to give Wong credit as well, because, you know, he's playing, I wouldn't quite call it perfect badminton, but it's up there, isn't it?
it certainly is. He's definitely playing well, and as we see, he's really stepping up his offense now,
4
but
love.
he's not giving Kalyao any chances, and he's playing 100%. 340 kilometers an hour, that smash.
5 love.
Well,
But
it's getting to a situation now, though, for Kalyao where any experience you think is a good experience, but if he's going to walk off with a similar scoreline to the first set, or it could even be worse, then he won't see it as a good experience, will he? Look, it's 6-love now.
yeah, Derek Wong's just stepped up his pace
Love.
at the start of the second game, and I think we're seeing where Kalyao can be vulnerable to that. He's a big guy, he moves quite well for a big guy, and he hits hard, but any changes of pace, or when the pace is lifted to something he's not used to, he's struggling to respond to it. But I think that's a valuable lesson. He'll look back on today, speaking in past tense, there's still a lot of badminton to be played, but he's been able to test himself at the pace of a top 50 player.
Service over.
You can hear his coaches encouraging him there on the sideline as he does take his first point of this game. Short lift from Derek Wong, put away. 3:57 on that one. That was long from Wong.
2 6.
Just wide.
Service over.
Yeah, good to see him lifting his own pace of movement, especially in that rally. Trying to respond to what Derek Wong has come with at the start of the second game.
Service over. 3 7.
But unlike the women's singles where Soraya Vishaybergen was able to turn things around, you know, we're seeing some nice shots here from Kalyao, but I mean, it would be one of the biggest turnarounds in this year's Sudirman Cup if he was to get anything out of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Soraya able to turn her around in her ladies singles, but I think there's a bit more of a level difference in this one, even though the rankings may not suggest it.
Well, unless Derek Wong plays one or two more shots like that.
5 7.
Not seen that much from him in this match, to be fair to him. No, it's a good fight back, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is. He's adjusted quickly to the pace, or the extra pace that Derek Wong has brought to the game.
Yeah, he was 6-love down. It was looking like it could get a little embarrassing, but no, not now.
No, he's playing well. He's really early on the net as well, not allowing Derek Wong to push him around as he did in the first. He really has stepped up.
7 all.
Wow, this is incredible. From 6-love down, he's turned it around. It now leads 8-7 here, Kalyao.
Line judge. Line judge. Wipe the court.
And by just wanting the court white, but well, I mean, you'd still be very surprised if Kalyao went on and
Thank you.
won the game and the match, but still, I mean, it's a big surprise really that he's been allowed to not just come back in this game, but actually now to take a slight advantage.
Service over. 8-all.
Just a fraction short that time though, and Derek Wong able to finish it off with a cross-court smash. You just look where he's jumping from there. It's in front of the double service line. Makes it very difficult to defend.
Yeah, the jump smash gets such a good angles with the height that he's hitting the shuttle from.
Service over. 9-all. Service over. 10-9.
Well, some resistance there has been that from Mark Kallio in this second game. But Derek Wong still a big favourite to reduce the deficit here for Singapore.
Yeah, credit to Kallio. He was able to lift his own pace and respond to the extra pace that Derek Wong brought to the rallies in the start of that second game. But the real question for him is, can he continue to sustain it, especially after the interval? Because it is hard when you're playing maybe above your normal level to keep your consistency. When you're having to make your decisions that little bit faster than you're used to.
11-9. Play. 12-9.
Well, obviously it was vital for Singapore that Derek Wong did come out here and give the women's doubles, the mixed doubles, the opportunity maybe to see them finish top of this group.
Service over. 13-10.
A good rally there from Kallio. He wasn't in control at any stages, but just to be able to keep fighting and keep making Derek Wong having to play the extra shot.
And I think we've seen that, haven't we, in the match as a whole? Because it'd have been easy, wouldn't it, Oliver, for him to just let this match slowly drift by, but no, he's making Wong work.
Yeah, he's really been fighting hard for every point, and of course that's so important, especially in men's singles. You're going to win some points from good shots and clever tactics and attacking strategies, but you're also going to be able to lose some points as well through easy mistakes, and the less you can lose, the more you make Derek Wong have to work for them. As we see good net from Wong generating that really short lift.
Service over. 14.
But if you can limit the number of mistakes that you give to him, suddenly he feels like his task is a lot more difficult.
And he gets the luck of the net cord as well there, Wong.
15-11.
Oh, good return.
Service over. 12-15.
Yeah, nice tight net shot there from Cao Yao, setting up the winner. And again, digging deep, trying to prolong things here. And now a towel down. So I suppose in our rationale, it's turning into a good workout and a good experience for Mark Cao Yao.
Yeah, I think we've seen him grow as the match has gone on. And now he's been able to use his attacking weapons that he has, and credit to him for being able to create the opportunities to do that, because that's not easy. Again, good fighting defense, but Derek Wong's attack just a little too much.
And yeah, 5 points away now from the first Singapore win in this tie with the Netherlands. Just to remind you, 5 rubbers, and even if the Dutch were to get to the magic 3 number in the women's double, we still have the mixed doubles to come as well, which is the way it is in the group stages.
Broken string there from Derek Wong as he tried to finish that one off. Well, miss it.
So a new racket required for Derek Wong. But he'll be hoping he hasn't got to use it for too long.
Service judge, Mikhail Olsen.
14-16.
Well, it's getting a little interesting again, isn't it, really? It was only 1 point in it now, in a game where Wong had a 6-love lead.
Yeah, just better lifting in that rally from Cao Yao. Just Derek Wong having to attack from that half metre further back, which enabled him to pick up his smashes, and then eventually he put one wide.
Enjoyable match, and should point out there's a women's singles of quite high quality going on. And one of the adjacent courts is Spain take on Canada, who are the other teams obviously in this group, and it's Michelle Lee taking on Carolina Marin on that court. Just wide, agonizingly, for Cao Yao's point of view.
15.
And that's just wide from Wong.
Service over. 16-18.
Just a little slip from Wong allowed Cao Yao the opportunity. Mop's going to have to come on again.
Yeah, just watch out for Derek Wong over these next couple of points to step things up. And he'll start to play a smash and come forward game. I think he'll look to play tight net from an early position and then get the lift and just sustain the attack for the last, well, hopefully for his sake, from his perspective rather, the last couple of points in the set.
You've played this game before, haven't you?
Occasionally.
No, a very good call. Straight away.
19-17.
And it was a very good tight net shot as well, wasn't it? Not there though, that was too tight.
Service over.
Yeah, it was good from Cao Yao. He knew his shot was of good quality as well, and that Derek Wong was likely to re-net it.
Oh, well done. Well retrieved. Frustrating from Cao Yao's point of view. He is fighting hard, but he's
Match point.
up against match points here. Although he's just seen Soraya Devish Rybergen come out of this spot. Surely they can't do it again. There you go. Oh, he nets Derek Wong. What a let-off.
Service over.
One match point goes a-begging.
19-20.
Yeah, gee, he could have put that anywhere on that half court and the match would have been finished. Cao Yao had committed himself to defending his backhand side, which he had to do. He had to take a gamble when the lift was that short.
Well, it's one of those days, isn't it, for Singapore, where nothing's coming easy. 2 match points saved by Mark Cao Yao. Can you believe it?
Yeah, smart from him. He read the net shot from Derek Wong very well. Brilliant.
Wow. It's now game point for Mark Cao Yao. 6-love down at the start of this game. 2 match points against him, and now a chance to prolong it. Well, he not just turned the game around, he's turned the nature of this game around as well.
Yeah, and it has changed a couple of times on him as well. We saw Derek Wong increase the speed early on, and now he's starting to play the smash and come forward game, but Mark Cao Yao is well aware of what's going on.
Game point denied though, 21-all.
21-all.
Well, 3rd match point, but we've been here before, haven't we?
21.
Yeah, not so long ago.
And can you believe it? For the 2nd match in a row,
22-all.
Singapore have been denied 3 match point opportunities in the women's singles and now the men's singles as well. But Wong will get a 4th opportunity.
Service over.
But all credit to Cao Yao here.
23-22.
The only time he's getting hurt is when he's playing a flatter lift. especially when you're playing in the towards the slow end. You can give it a bit more height and it's okay. Like that, nicely played.
Another one saved.
Service over.
They just can't get over the line, Singapore. It's good. It's good. Wong is going to Hawkeye.
Challenges called in.
Well, was it good?
Ooh, I think that's long.
Good challenge then. And what a moment as well. 23 points all. Hawkeye to determine it is by the slimmest of margins out. Excellent challenge from Wong.
Correction. Out.
It is a 5th match point.
And I think just going back to what we were saying earlier, Richard, about the benefits of the Hawkeye system in the game. That's gone from set point to Kalyao to match point for Wong.
And match won by Wong, but wow, wasn't he made to fight
Match
by Mark Kalyao?
Singapore.
Didn't look like he would be, did it?
25.
No, it was a terrific performance from Mark Kalyao in the end. He was completely outplayed in the first set, but he was able to lift his game and his level to match that of Derek Wong and really cause him some problems.
Well, 21-12, very straightforward in that first game from Derek Wong. It took 5 match points though to see off the really strong, determined resistance of the young Dutch male singles player. He can be very pleased with his performance there, Mark Kalyao. Derek Wong though has Singapore off the mark in this overall tie. They're still alive, just 25-23 in that second game. Well, we can't complain about the entertainment, can we? Seen 2 matches where 7 match points have been saved. This time, though, it did go Singapore's way. Derek Wong making it Singapore 1, Netherlands 2. But can the women's doubles of Singapore keep the overall tie alive? Because Elaine Chua and Sarah Shintamulya have certainly got their work cut out against Ethia Muskens and Selena Peake. It's women's doubles next. And here they come, and you have to say, again, maybe a little bit of a surprise here to see Sarah Shintamulya not alongside her, I was going to say her regular partner, or her new regular partner, in terms of Vanessa Nair, who's been kept back, if you like, for the mixed doubles that's coming up. But you never know, given the scoreline, maybe could have done with her here.
Yeah, obviously the coaches have faith in these two, but they've both obviously played 1 match so far this week, but with different partners. So this is their first time together in the 2015 Sudirman Cup.
Well, it's like in the men's doubles, if you like. You got an old head with a young gun. It didn't work out for them though in the men's doubles, though, did it?
No, but it's going to have to work out better for them in the women's if they're going to stay alive. So I guess a little added pressure on the old head of Shintamulia Sari.
Service. AP service. Receiver. Receiver. Which one? This one.
So women's doubles with the tie on the line. Elaine Chula, Sari Shintamulia up against Efya Muskins and Selena Peak. Obviously doubles pair from the Netherlands that have had much success. And 2 big wins already this week for the Dutch pair. This is Efya Muskins, 25-year-old from Arnhem, who's been a big part of this doubles pair. As you can see, in 2015 they've been very consistent. Had an early loss at the All England, but otherwise it's been at least quarter-finals for this pair. Selena Peak, a couple of years younger. 3 matches for her this week. She's won them all. Also won in the mixed doubles with Jaco Arends in their match against Spain. And you can see, I mean, not only are they obviously very impressive wins, and obviously time-wise as well, but they were important wins because of where they came in the match situation.
Yeah, absolutely. When the Netherlands have had 2 3-2 victories this week, and to be able to do that in clutch situations will be a great confidence builder for these two.
Well, up against the 18-year-old Elaine Chua alongside the more experienced Sari Shintamulia. She has played mixed doubles this week. It's a scratch pairing, so obviously there's no stats to go on. But she played with Tan Hei Wan in the mixed doubles, who's a regular partner. She's been picked for the up-and-coming Southeast Asian Games. Sari Shintamulia, well, an experienced player, Super Series winner, alongside Yao Lei, who's now retired. So she's the one really who's going to be out there in a scratch pairing, carrying the burden. I mean, listen, never say never, and you can see, never played before, never played this week either. Never say never, but I mean, you can't really see beyond a Dutch win here, surely.
Well, stranger things have happened.
Have they? Not that much stranger.
No, I mean, it's the thing that Shintamulia Sari is obviously the experienced one and been around and of a massively high level to be able to win Super Series. And if she's going to be able to, I'm not going to say carry, but help Elaine Chua through this one, it's going to be a lot of it's on her shoulders. So whether she's able to control the game.
But isn't it a lot down to how those two we just saw in our picture play as well? If Muskins and Peak play to their peak, if I can use that word, then they should go on and win. Big yells going on in the arena because I mentioned earlier Michelle Lee playing up against Carolina Marin and fighting for every point, as you'd expect those two. But if these two here nearest to us play to their level, surely they should. And I'm saying, you never know in sport, obviously, like you say, they should be able to see it through.
They should, yeah. On paper, you would put them down as favourites. And that is their challenge, really, to play to the level that they can play to. And if they can do that, then I don't think there should be any problems from the Dutch camp in this women's doubles.
And if that's the case, the Netherlands will win.
On my right, Netherlands represented by Eva Muskins and Selena Peak. And on my left, Singapore represented by Elaine Chua and Shintamulia Sari. Netherlands to serve, Eva Muskins to Shintamulia Sari. Lowell, play.
Well, from our commentary position, the Dutch girls there, they haven't got the names on the back of their shirts, and I've got to say, they look very similar from this angle. Obviously we can't see their faces, but what we do know is the first point's gone the way of the Singapore duo. I mean, there is some pairs that got twins. Even harder to tell that. What's the Luo sisters, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this match obviously has an interesting dynamic on it.
Oh, service fault called on young Chua. Girishnatu quick to pounce on that one, and that will add to her nerves, won't it?
Yeah, as I was saying, she's obviously going to get a lot of shots directed at her when the other three players on court are of world top 10 level. Shinta Muliasari having been there before.
I've got to say, you've just helped me out with a good way of telling them apart, haven't you? Effia Muskins has got the yellow strings on her racket. Let's hope she doesn't change her racket, but I assume they're the same coloured strings all the way around, and it was Muskins there that just nets. Obviously a well-known pair, but we're used to seeing them with the names on the back of their shirts. Right through the midder from Sari there. Yeah, first player from the Republic, along with Yao Yeli, to win the Singapore Open in 20 years. Obviously a big deal when they won a few years back now.
Yeah, that hall's known for being notoriously windy as well, so big achievement doing that.
Well, they've settled well, haven't they? Sari and Chua here so far. Fault called this time on Selena Peak. So one each.
Yeah, Dean for being too high. Again, just clever attack from the Singaporean pair. Smash out wide, so hard to turn cross court if you take it with your backhand.
Service over. 4-6.
That's just why, but I have to say, balance of play, evenly matched, isn't it? Much more so than I was expecting. I know you are the wiser head saying, you know, let's wait and see.
Some would say the conservative head saying that.
I like putting the nip on the block. I should say in that women's singles, which is why you're hearing a lot of the noise. Carolina Marin took the first game very easily, but second game not so easy. It's 26-25 at the moment to Michelle Lee. Tight here as well, 6 points all.
I think look for the Dutch pair to continue to do or play rallies similar to that last one, if they can, just to attack on Chua as much as possible.
And I suppose for them, it's hard to have known tactically exactly how to play it. Obviously they'll know much about Sari, but Elaine Chua will be an unknown quantity to them.
Yeah, they'll have to take a little bit of time to figure her out and where her strengths are, but obviously she's reasonably powerful from the back line, as we see in that rally, but I think their strength will come having played as a pair together for such a long time. They'll be able to work out agreements and combinations that the Singaporean pair won't be able to do, being a scratch pairing.
Yeah, this Dutch pair are able to see off a Spanish women's double partnership that included the world number 1 this year, Carolina Marin. And Marin on court at the moment on the other side has been taken to a game all by Michelle Lee. Even at this level, which is level 2, you can see some real top class badminton. And this is turning out to be a tight battle at the moment. This rally just proving that.
Here we see the Singaporean pair probably with a harder attack.
And what a finish from Chua. Our teammates are feeling a little buoyed by what they're seeing here. Confident shot, wasn't it? Right there.
Yeah, stepping in onto that flatter smash from Muskins.
That's better from a Dutch point of view.
9-8. 7. Service over. 9-all.
Well, if they didn't know beforehand, they know it now. Muskins and Peak, it's got some work to do here to see the Netherlands over the line. And you know, we were talking about them having to play at their level, their best level, and really it should be job done. At the moment, you can't say they've been at their very best.
Not at their absolute best, no, I think, but they've still been pretty good. It's been a good start. As I say, Shinta Muliasari rushes one a bit quickly, but they've been made to work, and their offense hasn't really been that effective yet, even though they're playing on the faster side of the hall. I mean, they're not known for their power, but they're being made to work really hard for every point.
Yeah, 21 points played and just one between them.
Kijken wanneer je daartussen kan. Dus ze hebben toch niet op van één blok gedrukt. Vooral het donkere meisje heeft een hele moeilijke grip met haar bekken waarin ze eigenlijk alleen...
Well, just edged ahead in the end at the start of this women's doubles. They'll be hoping to let their quality show, though, after the restart here.
Sheesh. 11-10. Play. Oh. 12-10.
Well, been a very consistent pair. They won 3 times last year, got to the last 16 of the World Championships. And at the back end of 2013, they won 4 events in a row. They actually played together at the Sudirman Cup 2 years ago. It's all netted there by Selena Peak. Played at the Sudirman Cup a couple of years ago, won all 3 of their matches. And that was only their second event together, played against France, Canada and Austria in the group last time.
Service over.
So, I mean, they're a pair really that, you know, the next year it's, you know, a big hope to make sure they qualify for the Olympics.
Absolutely, and at number 9 in the world, they're in a good position to do so. But you said it there, and that they are a consistent pair, both in their results but also in their play. We've seen very few mistakes from them, and they're also really solid defensively, and so as a result it means they're very hard to beat.
14.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see anything there that would necessarily frighten the very best pairs, though. That's not you know, putting them down at all, but there's no lightning sort of touch from them, and real power that's going to blow an opposition away.
Yeah, exactly. They don't, like, for example, have the power of a Chinese women's doubles, for example, but their strength again is their consistency, but also when they work together. And there's a lot of benefits that you can get from that if you know each other's patterns, if you know when someone's likely to smash down the sideline, so you can, as a front player, move across and try and intercept the next shot and be therefore more dangerous from the front of the court.
Service foul call. Service over.
Again, service full call.
14. Selena.
Again,
Okay.
Selena Peak being told here, listen, he's in charge. Trust his decision.
Signal. Service just signal. Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure what they expect the umpire to do in that situation, but I suppose they just don't want it to keep happening.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess there's 2 responses to it. If you don't believe that
15.
you're being faulted, then you can keep it
13.
at the same height, or if it does become a problem, it would be sensible just to drop the serve down a little bit.
Down the corner nicely there, did Joao. I was going to say, has certainly not looked out of a depth there, has she?
No, and I think she's a good partner for Shintamulia Sari, in that she does have some power from the back line, and she can play her in the front court, and they can win their points that way.
Yeah, just that's the sign of a scratch pairing right there, wasn't it?
16.
Yeah, just
14.
not having the confidence to take over and take that shot on defense. And I think she is a little vulnerable there, as the Dutch pair have shown.
Service over.
Well, there's been a few who've done that, haven't they?
16.
You think it's going to go out, but of course the drift's working the other way.
Yeah, particularly at that end. I think in a normal stadium that would just fly long.
Service foul call.
And another service fault call. This
Service
time
over.
it's Indonesia who are penalised, and that
15.
to a side I make it.
Yeah, all for the same thing too.
I mean, to my eye, I don't see that much wrong. What about you?
No, I think that's just okay,
Play.
but it's such a fine line.
Because it says you're not allowed to serve above the waist, but that's not quite how it is it? It's the ribs, isn't it?
Yeah, the waist is deemed to be between your hip and your lowest rib, which is quite difficult to see as a service judge. Not that I've ever done it, but when you're wearing a baggy t-shirt, it must be difficult to tell where that point is. We see a well-worked point from the Dutch.
Yeah, and they've just managed to ease ahead now in this opening game, 18-15.
Play.
And their experience and their know-how showing through.
Yeah, I have to say that was a bit of a almost junior mistake from Chua. Going for a big crossbelt smash at 18-15. But credit to the Dutch girls, they have definitely targeted her in their attack, and it's worked for them.
They have 5 game points. Well played. What a lovely way to wrap up this opening game. Really well played by Muskins and Peak. They kept their game together. No sign of any panic when the opposition got a little too close to them, and then the deft touch at the end of it all to wrap things up, much to the despair of these two. Selena Peak and Efya Muskins take the opening game 21 points to 15. So in the end, the superior pair, the pair that know each other best, did shine through.
Yeah, I think we saw the class of the Dutch pair from 15-16, 15 all in that set. They made no errors from that point on, and especially in a women's doubles where it's much harder to score your points because of the better defense compared to the opponent's offense. It's a real quality to have, and one that all the top women's doubles pair have, is to be consistent, especially at critical times as it is from 15 all.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
So is this where these two wrap things up for the Netherlands? Of course, it doesn't wrap up the overall tie completely because we'd still have the mixed doubles, but there would be no way back for Singapore if Selena Peak and Efya Muskins win this game.
Second game, Lowell, play. Foul. Service over. 1, low.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of a challenge for the Dutch girls in this set to score their points. Obviously playing against the wind now, and so they're really going to have a good defense.
2, low.
But they are solid in that area.
Out. Service over. 1, 2.
Yeah, the drift just taking that one long from Sari.
All. Service over. 3, 2. Four, 2.
Have some of that. We've seen some good fight backs, haven't we, in today? We've seen match points saved in the two singles. It's a big ask for Sarah Shintamulia and for Elaine Chua to do that here, but they made a good start to this second game. A very good start.
Yeah, they have. They've been noticeably more aggressive in the first three as well, putting pace on the return of serve and the third shot, and then moving forward afterwards. Just to take away the easy block option for the Dutch girls, and it's been working.
That's good. That's very good.
7, 2. Halt.
Finding a mark here, isn't she, the 18-year-old?
Yeah, that was a better time to go for the cross-court smash when she's on balance.
Service over.
Just drifted long
3,
and
8.
much needed point for the Dutch pair after that was 6 in a row from
Service over. 9,
Singapore.
3.
Well, they started well in the first game, the Singapore pair, but not as good as this. That's a block that ends up being a winner, and it's been that kind of game so far for them. 11-3, their interval lead.
Yeah, they've certainly picked up from the end of the first. Everything that seems to come off their rackets has been good, or stayed in the court at least. That's a little bit of fortune there for Chua. Bad misjudgment from Muskins, but they've been a lot more dominant in the first three and coming out hitting a lot harder. And the Dutch girls haven't been able to respond. I don't think they've expected it. The increased aggression from Singapore. And I mean, if they're going to counter that, they're going to need to start to play a bigger court, move the Singaporeans around more and give themselves some more time to take the pace out of the game, and especially in the flat exchanges, because they're not succeeding in that department at the moment.
Net called.
Service over. 4, 11.
Just the start the Dutch wanted to the resumption here.
Yeah, great response from Muskins.
Long way back still though.
well done.
Six, 11.
Yeah, well, 11-3 stung,
7,
and stung into
11.
action, it would seem. 4 straight points
Okay.
coming back have tightened things up a little. Still, obviously, given the gap that there was, it's still a decent lead for Elaine Char and
Right.
Sarah Shintamulya.
Yes, clever stuff this from
11.
the Dutch pair. Just directing everything down the centre of the court. One, creating a little bit of confusion for the Singaporeans, but also able to shut down the angles so they can cover everything that comes back.
What a really good point that was. And you know what? You have to give it here to Muskins and Peak, because they were right up against it and they haven't blinked, have they? Every shot's found its mark.
Yeah, I guess like we saw at the end of the first set, as they come out on top of a 40-shot rally, just their consistency is superb.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, first point one since the interval, 5 in a row have got Muskins and Peak back in things, but still Troy and Sari leading here.
Service over. 10, 12.
Yeah, always a risky tactic, that one from Chua. He's trying to put it in behind Peak at the front of the court, but she's too good for that.
Eleven, 12.
Well, rare mistake.
Service over.
Kind of unnerved when you see them net one.
Yeah, especially after the
13,
brilliant defense to stay in that rally. Under a lot of pressure and able to get the shuttle away.
Service fault call.
Service fault called again, and it hurts, doesn't it, now at this stage of the match?
Yep, good call.
Right.
Terrific. Well, that's one way to turn
Oh.
complete defense into complete attack in the space of one shot.
Oh, brilliant. Fabulous.
14, 13.
And look at that. 11-3 down at the interval. They now lead 14-13 in this second game, the Dutch pair. That's wide.
Service over. 14, all.
That's wide as well. So back in front they go.
Service over. 15, 14.
Sure, needed to tie her shoelaces, so the umpire allowing the Dutch pair to go off, just have a little towel down. They don't want to be standing on court, do they? Waiting. So if you're going to do that, we'll do this.
Yeah, of course, you always want to play the game in your own tempo and your own rhythm as much as you possibly can.
That's long from try. I just have to tell you, there's a bit of a thriller going on still in that women's singles match between two of the top players in the world. You have to say Michelle Lee, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, up against Carolina Marin, who went to #1 in the world this year. And they're in the third game and they're in extra points, I can tell you as well. This one doesn't look like it is going to go the distance, because Muskins and Peak have just turned this game on its head, haven't they?
Yeah, nice variety we see there on the serve from Muskins.
18, 14.
And the Netherlands now 3 points away from beating Singapore.
Yeah, this has been a terrific turnaround from the Dutch.
Well, they've won 16 of the last 19 points.
Wow.
And now Troy nets, and we have 6 match points.
Match point 14.
And the cheers you can hear as well. I'll tell you, there's a match over on the other court. Michelle Lee has beaten Carolina Marin, but match points here. And it's a brilliant way to end things. Well, you have to say that was some performance in the end. Fabulous shot to end it from Efja Muskins, but together with Selena Peak, a real performance that shows a mature and duo that know each other very well. Fantastic display. 21-15, 21-14.
Yeah, what a response it was after the start of that second game. The Singaporeans came out strong, and as we see, how tight is that?
18 of the last 21 points went their way. The Netherlands have beaten the Singapore thanks to that women's doubles victory. There's nothing that the mixed doubles pair from Singapore can do but come out and just play for pride now. Efja Muskins and Selena Peak have seen the Netherlands over the finishing line here. And you have to say, with some style as well. It's 3-1 overall thanks to a victory 21-15, 21-14.
4号场地将要进行的是加拿大队与西班牙队的第4场比赛，男子双打由亮场。
Well, I'm sure you agree, it's been a pretty good entertainment at the Dongguan Basketball Centre here tonight. But there's nothing more that the mixed doubles pair of Vanessa Neo and Danny Krishnanta can do to deny the Netherlands. But they could go out and beat Jorrit de Ruiter and Samantha Barney here. But that would do no more than put it back to 3-2. You have to say some crucial wins, particularly maybe that women's singles against Chen from Soraya de Visch-Eibergen, who was a few match points down. The one that went Singapore's way just in the end as well was from Derek Wong. But Muskins and Peak with that victory over Chuan Sari have seen the job through for the Netherlands, who will go through to play Hong Kong in the right to finish 13th at the 2015 Sudirman Cup. But we do have mixed doubles, and I'm sure it will be a fun affair.
Yeah, I think we can look back to that ladies singles where Soraya Eibergen saved those 3 match points. It could be a real turning point in this match between the Netherlands and Singapore.
And for the Netherlands, it's a real accomplishment, isn't it, to come through a group like this, you know, with Canada, Spain, and of course, you know, the #1 seeds, if you like, from this level.
Yeah, it's fantastic performance from them, and they're all quite a young side as well, so looking forward to the next couple of editions of the Sudirman Cup. It's exciting times for Dutch badminton.
Yeah, you never know, they might even be able to push their way into level 1. You'd still, I mean, listen, as we see the pairs here go through things with Klaus Schlieben, you'd still, I mean, I don't know, we watched the Dutch today, we watched Hong Kong yesterday. I have to say there was just a little extra from Hong Kong. It's going to be tough for the Netherlands to see them off in the decider for 13th and 14th places.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Hong Kong are strong across all 5 disciplines, and particularly the men's singles, and they were really good there yesterday. They've got a lot of depth in that department especially, but it's going to be interesting because the Netherlands have their strengths in different areas, so it could be an interesting battle.
Sure. But first we got this, which is the mixed doubles, and it's Samantha Barney alongside Jorrit de Ruiter and Danny Krishnanta alongside Vanessa Neo. Never met before, which has been the case in all 5 of the disciplines we've been watching here this evening. But unlike the last one, we have 2 sort of long-term pairings here. No scratch rookies put together. Danny Krishnanta here alongside Vanessa Neo. They're ranked 16th in the world. They're the #1 mixed doubles pairing for Singapore. They have been in the top 10. But they haven't played together before this week at the Sudirman Cup. They've gone with a few other varieties. They stuck together despite a poor showing in 2013, and that included a first round exit at the SEA Games and missed out on the Olympics by 1 qualifying spot. So obviously they know what's coming up in the next year, a big one for them. And so this game is important for them in that respect, because it's obviously the starting point for some qualification points. As you can see, as I mentioned, didn't play against Spain or against Canada, so first time together. They both have played in men's and women's doubles respectively though this week. And as for the Dutch pairing, they're 22 in the world, but they've drifted because they haven't played any tournaments in the last month. They were up to number 17, so when you compare the rankings, they were at 17, the Singapore pair at 16. It should be a close call. As you can see, the last event they went to, the Singapore Open, finished in the last 16 there. Also got to the All England and Swiss Open last 16, and quarterfinals of the Swedish Masters, as good as they've done this year. An experienced pair. He's 28 and Samantha 25. And as you can see, they have played this week already, and they lost in 3 sets, unfortunately, to Alex Bruce and Toby Young. So what's your feelings, Oliver?
I think, like you said, on paper, definitely Singapore are favourites. They haven't played this week, but they're both very experienced and have been top 10 in the world before. And Danny's obviously very fast and hits hard from the back line, but he also knows how to control a mixed doubles, and whether the Netherlands pair can cope with their speed is going to be a real test for them. But I think also as the Dutch number 2 pair, I guess, with obviously Jaco Aruns and Saleda Peak slightly ahead of them on the world rankings, it would be a real confidence booster for them to try and tip over the Singapore pair today.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Singapore, represented by Danny Baba Christiana Tana and Yuyan Vanessa Neal. On my left, Netherlands, represented by Samantha Barnik and Jorrit de Ruyter. Singapore to serve. Yuyan Vanessa Neal to Jorrit de Ruyter. Love all. Play.
So our final offering then of the night between Singapore and the Netherlands, and you have to say not exactly the dream start for the Singapore pair. Well, it's all rather friendly, isn't it, so far? You give us one, we'll give you one back. I know we're sometimes not used to long rallies, but one shot each is pushing it a little. That was in.
2, 1.
Beg your pardon, it was long. As bad as their serves. This is more like it.
Three, 1.
Yeah, they've had their ups and downs together, Krishnanta and Nao. Asian Games last year performed really well, got to the semi-finals, lost to Shu Jen and Ma Jin, but nothing wrong with that. They lost to the same pair at the World Championships actually as well in the second round. Got to the quarterfinals of the All England last year. You know, they've semi-finals at the Malaysian Open Grand Prix Gold event. They've had some good moments, had some runs where they have struggled to win games. I mean, you look at the last 3 tournaments, first round defeat in New Zealand where we were a few weeks ago, Asian Badminton Championships, China Masters lost in the first round as well. So this is, you know, 3 tournaments coming into this match now, because obviously they haven't played yet this week, where they, you know, feels like a long time since they last won a game.
Yeah, absolutely, and particularly with an Olympic qualifying period underway for the next 12 months, they'll be preferring to come in with a bit better record than what they have done. And you can't replicate that winning feeling either. If you've lost first round for 3 tournaments in a row, it can be difficult to try and get that back. Maybe this is a good opportunity for them to do it.
I mean, I should point out that before that they played the Singapore Open home soil. They got to the quarterfinals in a Super Series event, but it's all rather hot and cold, isn't it? Whereas, you know, we just saw that women's doubles pair, you know, Muskins and Piggott. There's that consistency from them, which is why they are in the top 10. You know, they went through that cold period in 2013, came out of it, played well last year. Just wide from Vanessa Nair there.
Yeah, I think good signs from Samantha Barning early on as well. She's trying to push forward and take on Vanessa Neo at the net, which is going to be really important if Dutch pair are going to prevail. And also, Joris at the back working well, just to be able to play the shuttle into a gap at the net, which so far he's been doing really nicely.
Oh, that's really nice. Everyone stand back, ready for the smash. It's coming short.
Yeah, and also when you have the power that Danny Krishnanta does have, it just makes that deceptive drop shot so much more effective, because you have to worry about the power smash.
She's getting a little frustrated with herself. She's making the odd errors here, Vanessa Nair, isn't she?
Yeah, she's just struggling with her control a little bit. Wanting to hit everything hard. That's better. Just keep it.
8-5.
Actually engaged she is to Derek Wong, who we saw out on the court earlier on. Proposed her on holiday in Japan back in 2013. They're not married yet. Apparently they're not going to get married until after Rio. Obviously focus on trying to get to the Olympic Games first. Otherwise she'd have to change her name to Vanessa Wong, which she wouldn't have to. But
10-5.
Yeah, prerogative, I suppose.
Samantha, please, not this. Put it here.
Good defense.
But I mean, listen, you'd have to say the chances of a pair like this winning the Olympics is obviously remote, but to get there is so important, isn't it? It's what, you know, for badminton, it's such a big deal.
Yeah, it is. It's the absolute pinnacle of the sport, and especially when you've missed out by one qualifying spot in London.
Because you've got women's doubles as well, you know, with Sarah Shintamulia we saw before, so it's got 2 shots at it. And interval 11-6 is the lead for the Dutch pair here. It's a good lead. But
Yeah.
so I was going to say, but you do get the feeling that these two could still turn this match on its head, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. But I think they need to just change what they're doing. At the moment, they're playing everything hard, and the Dutch are ready and waiting for it, and they're able to turn the shuttle into the spaces that leaves open at the front of the court. So I think if they can play a little bit softer, try and get the shuttle just down into the mid-court between the 2 Dutch players, rather than just trying to hit hard and always put pressure on through the pace of shot.
11-6. Play. Twelve, 6.
That's better. What you're talking about, isn't it? Just get that variation in there.
Yeah, just something a little different. so the Dutch pair can't just sit back and wait for the hard shot to come.
Service over.
But credit to them, they played well. They've just kept the shuttle below the tape.
It's again like before. It's an efficient performance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's classic mixed doubles, and it's simple, but it's very effective.
Service over.
Unlucky there, but good choice.
13.
Mm-hmm. Can they turn this into a real run of points? Krishnanta and Nao here. Oh, that was close. Shall we? Shall we? No.
10.
Yeah, we will. Make your mind up, guys. I think it isn't worth the call, personally.
Yeah, I think that's out as well.
Yeah, but
so perhaps a bit of lucky that she took her time.
Well played.
15-10.
Yeah, speaking of open spaces, she found a big one there.
Yeah. Service over. 11-15.
Well, again, you do see enough from this pair, don't you? That we're looking at now to suggest that they can turn it around, but still, Barling and Rata here have got themselves in front, and there's just those too many mistakes, and you know, don't want to be unfair, but mainly from Vanessa.
Yeah, they're just real momentum killers when you do something like that, and of course, momentum's so important with this rally point scoring system. Yeah, clever from Krishnanta.
13-16.
Barning is a little vulnerable with her movement, especially to a well-disguised drop shot like Krishnanta possesses.
Service over. 17-13.
But a couple of service mistakes from both of them now. It's really not what you want in the back end of a set.
Well, you've seen the compliment returned a couple of times already in this match. It happened right at the start as well.
(15-17). Service over. 18.
It's just such a mixture of really good shots and really poor ones, isn't there?
Yeah, there's
no in between.
No. It's almost like they're playing really well, and then there's a real lapse in concentration. Yeah, clever.
Done, yeah.
19-15. 20.
Well,
Game
5 game points for
15.
Barning and Rauter. I mean, we don't have the stats in front. I'd love to know how many are winners and how many are from unforced errors. I would think it's at least half-half. That goes down as a winner. Nicely put away by Barning as they put away the first game on what's been a really good evening's work so far for the Netherlands. Already 3-1 up and out of sight. Barning and Rauter take that opening game 21 points to 15.
Yeah, good stuff from the Dutch pair in that opening game. They've been able to find the spaces in the Singaporean pair. And there's been plenty of them. They were much better in the first 3 as well, but Barning's been a lot quicker to move forward and not afraid to step in when Krisnant is even in an okay position and just take control.
Ja? Service-situatie. Als hij instapt, ja? In het middenveld blijft hij daar ook staan. Ja? Zit je laag met je rechter, speel gewoon eroverheen, op haar. Ga niet te ver naar achteren, want vanaf hier kan je geen blok spelen. Stap naar voren, je speelt het blok aan de kant van haar.
But I think what has been obvious in this first game is that Barning has been the first of the 2 girls to block and move forward. Vanessa Neo happy to play off the net with pace, and that obviously leaves an open court on the other side. And defensively as well, the Dutch have been able to play it away from Vanessa Neo at the net and just hanging the rallies longer than the Singaporeans have.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
You have to say it's been an evening for the Netherlands which have lived up to whatever expectations I'm sure they had.
Game. Level. Play.
I mean, they did lose in the men's singles, but Mark Calyard did pretty well as well, even in that one, saving, what was it, 4 match points before in the end succumbing to Derek Wong.
1 love. Let the shuttle.
It's just a shuttle on the side of the court that needs
Thank you.
knocking back to the adjacent court where
1 love.
Spain and Canada are playing. Dorada did really well, didn't he? Because it looked like he wasn't going to be able to get back the serve. Never mind, end up finding a winner.
Yeah, he's just so ready for Danny to come with the hard drive.
Yeah, he's very much concentrated on mixed doubles, and a couple of years ago Samantha Barney actually had a really bad injury. They didn't play any events from, I think it was August of 2013 up to February of 2014, and they came back, and within a couple of tournaments they actually won bronze at the European Championships, which was obviously a big boost for them. And thankfully she's been injury free since. Must be hard though when you concentrate on one discipline. Obviously, Oliver, you play mixed doubles as well as men's doubles, but when you say, right, I'm going to concentrate now, what is he, 28, on mixed doubles, and then your partner gets injured and you just got to sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, that can't be easy for any athlete, and especially in that situation where maybe you haven't got that much longer left in your career. But thankfully for him, and Samantha Barning as well, that things have come right, and looks like they'll be able to give Rio a good shot. Because yeah, when that happens, there's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, he did play with I think a couple of events during that spell with one or two other players, but you have to sit it out as well.
Yeah, and often when you work, well, you look so hard to try and find a partnership that works and that both players complement each other. And when you do finally find that for an injury to put a halt to proceedings, it really is unfortunate. But good to see them back together on court now, though.
Bang through the middle from Krishnan to there. And got themselves ahead here, the Singapore pair.
A little bit wild there from Barnick. You could see what she was trying to do, target Vanessa Neo with the smash and hopefully play Jorrit de Ruyter in, but
so why the turnover? They just cut out the mistakes here, the Singapores?
Yeah, they've definitely become a little more aggressive as well, and they're able to get the shuttle below the tape like they weren't able to do in the first. And again, that was clever from Neo, just exploiting the movement of Barnick.
De Ruyter with the neat work in. Oh, we're on TV. Hello. Oh, where's he gone? Well, they're very right to enjoy themselves, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. You're 3-1 up. You can have fun with the last match, and it's been a good night for the Dutch.
5, 8.
Yeah, that's more like it from Barnick.
Service over. 9, 6. Over.
Yeah, they've done their job.
7, 9.
And they saw the Netherlands over the line, didn't they? It's kind of difficult though, isn't it, when the match is over and, you know, listen, we talked about this the start of the qualification period for the Olympics, so that, you know, there's always something to play for.
Brilliant.
And as you say, that was pretty smart as well. There's not much of an atmosphere, is there? There's not much of a crowd. And the match is over. You really have to get yourself motivated to perform like, you know, Barning and Rauter have done so far here.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, they are the number 2 Dutch pair, and they want to, I'm sure, be number 1 like everybody would. So they've got a point to prove to the coaching staff, and you can look at it that way. But
10,
yeah, it's an opportunity to come and continue to play in big arenas like you will in other tournaments around the world, and against a pair that you've never met before but have also been top 10 in the past. So you can really test yourselves, and they're doing really well at the moment.
Service over. 9, 10.
Well, tightened up in here a little. Just answering there. We're just getting away a little, but 10-9 now. It was 8-3 at one point.
Yeah, nice first three agreement there.
10-0.
Barning just knows that after De Ruyter serves that one, she has to cover her forehand side. And of course, so often you can get cheap points by doing that.
Well, put wide by De Ruyter, but it's tied again in the second game, 11-10 to Krishnanta and Neo, who of course trail by a game already.
Als Jork haar in het midden aanspeelt, ja, dat ze het er nog niet echt overheen gespeeld. En ook al komt hij er overheen en is hij met een boogje, dat zien we dan alweer. Ja, ook die laatste.
Code 1, 20 seconds. Code 1, 20 seconds. Coach, please leave the court.
Well, can Krishnanta now extend the evening's play?
Play. Service over.
Well, that won't help their cause, will it? That will though. It's interesting to see Samantha Barney in it. She's telling her partner what to do. So often nowadays you see the old symbols. Are you a symbols man, Oliver, or did you go for the old-fashioned talking?
We used to have the good old chat just before the serve was played. Also means that you can not only tell your partner where you're going to serve, but also what you're going to cover afterwards. And if you've picked up on patterns that maybe when you serve a little more into the middle of the box, that the return's going to come back straight, so you're going to cover that one. And like I said before, you can get some cheap points from it.
13-12.
And you're also forcing your opponent to play a return or serve that they might not be comfortable with.
Barney did well to reach to that one, didn't she? Just got there.
Yeah, she did really well to
acknowledging that between them. Well done.
Service over.
Not that time though.
14-13. Service over. 14-0.
Just couldn't get his racket in position, could he there, Krishnanta?
Yeah, very well placed, that smash by De Ruyter.
Fault. Service over.
Caught the racket of Barning.
15-14.
Yeah, not so well placed that time.
Well played.
Service over. 15-0.
Well, she's doing well, isn't she?
Yeah, just making some good choices. And that was another good example of Vanessa Neo moving forward from the other side. Just taking the shuttle away from her.
Service over. 16-15.
Yeah, again, well read, but
Service over.
There's a little bit of a pattern going on here at the moment, isn't there?
All.
They just can't get ahead in this game. They took an early lead 2-1, but they've been behind ever since of Barning and Router. And they still are.
Service over. 17-16.
yeah, good play from Chris Nanta there.
Service over. 17-all.
It's on the Barning serve now. 17-all. Game to the good.
Service over. 18-17.
Yeah, good smash there from Vanessa Neo. This one here.
Leave that one to me.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose the best time to get ahead is right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You can be behind the whole way, but if you sneak ahead 21-19, it's perfect. Good serve.
Flick serve.
19-18.
Deceived Vanessa Neo, and they are ahead.
Yeah, haven't seen that much all match from De Ruyter, so nice variation and a nice time to play it.
And they have themselves match points here. Samantha Barning and Jorrit de Ruyter on what's been an excellent night for the Netherlands. They could just put a little bit of gloss on it. On for the flick serve again. This time they managed to get it back. Just wide from Samantha Barning. They do have one more shot at it.
19-20.
Yeah, disappointing finish to that point for the Dutch pair. That showed so much patience, De Ruyter especially, and then they got the opportunity that Barning would have wanted.
And she's put away so effectively much of the match. But she's got another opportunity, and she has taken it. What a terrific night it's been for the Netherlands. The Dutch with a comprehensive victory over Singapore. 4-1 in the end. And you can't even call the defeat in the men's singles a blot on the landscape, because they played well in that as well.
21-19.
And an excellent performance to end it all from Jorrit de Ruyter and Samantha Barning. 21-15, 21-19. They have taken the mixed doubles after victories elsewhere in the men's doubles, the women's doubles, and also in the women's singles as well. A comprehensive display all round from the Dutch team. Straight sets win for de Ruyter and Barning. Confirmation of that score there, 21-15, 21-19. Well, they've got to be mighty pleased, the Dutch team. Hong Kong, of course, is a different proposition to decide who wins this level, but they've given themselves a shot, and you never know. And, you know, they'll get a lot of confidence from the way they perform tonight, Oliver.
Yeah, I think tonight had a bit of everything in there for the Dutch team. It started with the men's doubles of a clean and clinical performance from Arends and Mars, and then we saw the fighting qualities of Soraya in the women's singles, saving 3 match points to come from behind and take it in 3 games. And then obviously Mark Kalyu in the men's singles, a valiant effort, but couldn't quite steal the second game from Derek Wong. But there's a bright future ahead for a youngster who's just come out of playing juniors. And then the women's doubles was a great performance from Muskins and Peg, especially after being down 11-3 in the second. They really showed their class and why they are top 10 in the world. And then Barning and de Ruyter to cap it off with an upset win, I guess, for them over Krishnanta and Neo.
Yep, the old cherry on the icing on the cake that was, wasn't it? 4-1 then the scoreline for the Netherlands against the Singapore in a match to decide this group. Yep, so it was men's doubles that obviously that wasn't the pair. There they are. And as you said, really good performance from Jaco Arends and Jelle Maas, Terry here and Hendra Wijaya. There were some signs there from there, especially early on for this partnership, not yet a year old, but there's some established pairs in the lineup tonight for the Netherlands in the doubles, and it showed. Then probably the performance of the night, back against the wall, Soraya de Wisch-Eibergen. Looked like she was down and out against Chen Jiayuan, but she fought back 25-23. She took the second game after saving 3 match points. Real determination, grit, no lack of skill as well, and then seeing it through well in the third. No wonder the Dutch were happy. Derek Wong did get Singapore a point tonight, but he had his own scares as well. And then the 2 doubles to finish. The women's doubles first, Efka Muskins and Selena Peak, well, really outclassing the scratch pairing of Elena Chua and Sarah Shintamulia in the end. And in the mixed doubles, as you say, 11-3 up in the second. We thought we might get a third game, but no. Barning and de Ruyter made sure that wasn't the case. There's the winning point, the final point of the night. Well played, the Netherlands. 4-1 on the night against Singapore, and that brings an end to our coverage for tonight from Dongguan here in the Basketball Centre. Lots more action still to come, of course, entering the knockout stages now of the Sudirman Cup. But from Oliver, myself, Richard, it's bye-bye for now.